Test, 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 test. What it do? What it do? What is going on, y'all? Hello.
Hey.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
All right. What do you like about Trump?
First of all, I do recognize you. I saw you in a video where you got caught trying to mess around with a 12-year-old in one of those child predator sting videos.
This is the
That's
third time you've done
pretty
this. This
disgusting.
is the third time you've done this, and I've heard you do this to other creators.
So, why do you think it's okay to mess around with children?
Uh-huh. Isn't that like a Christian thing?
I saw you in the video, brother. So, why?
Yeah. Chat, how's it going? We are looking for Trump debates. We are looking for MAGA debates. If you are a Trump supporter and you want to come up here and tell me why you like Trump, hop in the box. Come tell me why your brain's not good. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Guys, this is like the 15th time I've seen him do this. He does this to Johnny. He does this to other people. Tasteless. And if that guy's identity is ever found out, in serious legal trouble. Serious legal trouble. Is he in a wind tunnel? Yeah. How's it going, y'all? Chat, we are looking for political debates. So if you supported Kamala, tap the screen. Give me some blue hearts in the chat. If you are a Trump supporter, hop on in the box. Come tell me what's wrong. What's going on? Where's your feelings at? What are you super mad about today? Thank you, Georgia. Good evening, Debbie. What's up, Dreamer? Oh, goodness. What's up, buddy?
So can you tell me how Donald Trump sucks?
Yeah, I just saw you berating a young woman on her live. I'd love to talk to you, as long as you can agree that you can keep it to like a 4. Think you got
How
that?
is I berating them because they interrupted me, they muted me, and I said I was from the USA because she was from Canada and she couldn't say she has no say in the United States?
No, I saw you berating her before that.
It wasn't, but okay, try again. So how does Trump suck?
Let's talk about deportation, friend.
Okay, so deportation under U.S. Code 8, Section 1325 and 1327 in the National Immigration Act in 1967 literally states nobody shall come across the border. It's a misdemeanor against the federal government. A misdemeanor is a crime against the United States.
Misdemeanor.
Which,
yeah.
Okay, but you know what? Here's the thing, right?
You need to calm down.
If I were to harass you, no, wait, hold on.
Calm down.
If I were to harass you, would that be a violation against the law?
You got it in you to do one of those?
You got it in you to prove that I'm right?
I got a gentle parent you down here? You got it in you? Good breath. Good deep breath. Love that.
Fucking stupid, I swear to God.
You got this in you? All right.
Is a misdemeanor against the law? If you commit a misdemeanor, it's against the law. Okay, it is. Sure. So is it sure it's not against the law to commit a misdemeanor?
I said it.
The fuck?
Sure.
Harassment is a violation against the law.
You are at 7,000 RPMs right now, dude.
I'm at 7,000 RPM because you guys are so stupid.
You will never be able to hear my side of the conversation if you're feeling this way. Did you know that?
And you will never understand that if misdemeanor is against the law, then it's against the law. So is a violation of the law. If you harass someone, it's against the law to harass someone.
Have you ever heard of prosecutorial discretion?
No, why don't you tell me? Because you're so educated on the laws.
Yeah, sure. So thank you for bringing up 08 USC 1135 and 1137.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I
1325,
said U.S. Code
1327.
8, Section 1325 and
Yeah,
1327.
1325, 1327. So those are punishable by $250 tickets. And we understand that we write these laws because there are outcomes to these things. So the bad outcomes, you would say, is if we would just
time
have
out. That's
Absolutely not.
misinformation. It's not a $250 fine.
It is $250 fines or
No, it isn't.
deportation.
Key aspects of the 8 U.S. Code 1325, criminal
There you are
offenses.
again.
It covers entering improper time
You
places,
see where my hand is?
misrepresent,
See where my hand
first
is?
improper entry,
That's here.
misdemeanor, punishable fines up to 6 years in jail, or both.
Or $250 fine. And very rarely do we
200
see... I
Oh my
want you to
God.
be able to calmly talk with me here, all right?
It's not
Calmly.
calmly, because you guys have no idea what you're talking.
Bub. You will never be able to figure out where we're coming from if you're all the way up there. All right?
I don't want someone breaking the law and coming to my country illegally when Americans fight every single day to get the shit they need.
You're
And
going
you
to need...
you guys are supporting illegal immigrants that are getting free healthcare, free fucking
Oh,
food,
God.
free food stamps,
Oh, no.
free fucking money.
All right, no, they're not.
Okay,
You
so
need
if
to
I
hear
were to
me
bring
out.
it up, you're going to tell me that I'm wrong?
You need to let me finish my first sentence.
Okay, go ahead, because I'm going to bring up something for you that Gavin Newsom did.
Okay, which is paid for by state taxes, right?
No, because he gave 700,000 illegal immigrants fucking healthcare.
With state taxes, right?
That's you can't. Okay, hold on. You can't sit here and say, "Oh, it's okay for illegal immigrants to get health care," but yet then you can't. Dude, I swear to fucking God.
Hey, man, you're so mad. I'm so glad I'm not you.
And I'm so glad I'm not a fucking Democrat that has no brain cells that doesn't know the fuck he's talking about 90% of the goddamn time.
Hey, man.
State rights.
Do you want me to give you
State
my
taxes?
State rights is right, baby. State rights is right.
Wait, hold on. So it's okay for an illegal immigrant to come into America illegally, breaking the law, misdemeanor, but you know what? You broke the law, but you live in my state, so here's free healthcare, buddy.
All right.
Oh, wait, you
do you
American
want to hear?
people
Do
that
you
are
want to hear
fighting to
my
get healthcare, you have to apply for it.
I'm gonna keep muting you until I finish my sentence, okay? So I still haven't finished one sentence. You are radicalized by the Trump
You
administration.
are literally so fucking stupid,
You are
bro. I
radicalized.
swear to God.
You were radicalized. Wouldn't it be great to not be angry all the time?
Wouldn't it be great to have some brain cells, but you don't?
Can I share with you some of my brain cells?
Sure, go ahead, because I swear to God, they're fucking tampon Tims.
All right. How do you feel about people speeding?
If you speed is a violation of the traffic law.
It's misdemeanor, right?
No, it's not actually.
They can be misdemeanors.
They can be, but it's typically a violation of a traffic infraction.
All right.
And
So-
you get points on your license, and you can, if you do too many of them, you get your license taken away. But go ahead.
So what are the bad outcomes of speeding?
It's a violation of the law.
I
So
know
you
that. Why is that the law? Why do we have that law? What are the bad outcomes?
If you're going up 5 miles an hour, you get a ticket at the pier in court. If you go above 20 miles an hour, it's actually called reckless endangerment of driving, which could be you could go to jail.
Okay, so this is what I'm trying to convey to you. We have a thing called prosecutorial discretion. So if we were to take our finite amount of resources and decide that we're going to go police one type of crime in an effort to make society better or safer or more efficient, we could look at a million different crimes. And what we have to do every day at a city and state level or a federal level is we have to concentrate on the things that are causing harm to the economy or causing death, things like that. Do you agree?
Sure.
Okay, so we have a finite amount of resources, and what Trump has done is he's tripled the amount we spend on ICE, and he has gone around to look for 70% people who are non-criminals. I know you're going to say, oh, crossing the border is a crime, yada, yada. I get that. But is it worth our money? No, it's not. It's
Yes,
not
it
solving
is.
anything. No, it's not. Because the economic downside to doing this is horrible. It's horrible. Just like if we were to enforce 100% everybody who sped 1 mile above the speed limit or whatever, doubled the speed limit, if we were to make sure we caught 100% of those people, it would be cost preventative, right? It would be like a huge snowball effect of like gumming up our roads and our commerce and all that stuff. Do you agree? Do you understand that?
Sure.
Do you understand what I'm like conveying to you?
Do you understand that there in 2023 there was 15,267 illegal immigrants that committed crimes? In 2024 there was 17,000. Dude, I'm reading it from the fucking DOJ website right now.
Okay.
The fuck?
Let's look it up.
Type of crimes for those arrests with prior records in FY 2024. Illegal re-entry, 10,935. Driving under the influence, 2,844. Illegal smug possession and trafficking, 1,566.
Okay, so
assault and battery.
Okay, so 17,000. And what would be the population of people here that are undocumented?
That's not the point, bro. The point is, if you break the law, you break the law.
No. That's not the point.
Can't
We've
sit
gotten
here.
past
Okay,
that, right?
let me ask you something, right? I want to ask you a serious question, right?
Yeah.
If you were to violate the law, would that be against the law to violate the law? In the court of law, if you go to court, would that be against the law? Yes or no?
Yes.
So why is it okay for an illegal immigrant to come into our country illegally and get health care?
Because they add to our economy. They add to our economy. So when we talk about states providing healthcare,
this fucking delusional idiot.
Stop it. When we talk about states providing healthcare,
I don't understand why Democrats have brain cells around this fucking earth.
How do people pay state taxes? Can you tell me?
By working.
And?
By providing for the community that they live in and buying groceries.
There you go. So undocumented migrants, whether they're legally present or not,
still against the law. What you're doing is you're accepting someone to break the law.
I know. We do this every day, right?
You're accepting someone to break the law.
Did you know that?
So what you're saying is that you know what? It's okay to break the law. It's okay to break the law and to come to my state. But you know what? I'm going to give you money. Would you do the same thing for a child trafficker?
If I made it illegal for you to wear white shoestrings, would you want to enforce that 1,000%?
You know what, dude?
Would you want to do that?
You're straight up Riri.
Do you want to talk about
bro.
that?
I'm not debating some fucking delusional Riri.
Is that checkmate?
No, it's just you're stupid, straight up fucking retarded.
It's against the law to wear white shoestrings,
I don't give a fuck about getting taken down.
Why are you going around wearing white shoestrings, bro?
Why are you going around being a fucking retard?
You're lawless.
You're stupid, bro.
You're lawless.
It's not.
Can't say slurs, dude. Bro will be mad forever, and that's enough for me to feel fun. I feel good about that. Bro's probably still mad. I love that, dude. No R words, guys. No R words. We don't do that here. No. That's against TOS on TikTok. Hello, David.
Hey, so Biden and Obama have deported more than Trump, right?
Mm-hmm.
So were all those people criminals that they deported?
60% of the people Obama deported were criminal, and 20% were just re-entry.
So why did he deport the non-criminals?
So 20% were re-entry, 10% I believe were non-criminals. The thing is, when we drum up all of the money in the world to go round up nothing but non-criminals, that's a big, huge waste of money.
Don't we need those people?
We do need those people, but if they're criminal...
So why would he deport them?
So, again...
We need them for tax purposes.
These people have a criminal record outside of stepping over an imaginary line.
Yeah. But why deport them? They spend money.
because they were criminal, like I said. Like, so
yeah,
if,
but what
if
kind of crime? Was it white shoelaces?
no, I'm pretty sure it was things like DUI and stuff like that. So that's what he focused on. A lot of the people that Trump is deporting that do have criminal records are literally like already in jail. I would say 90% of them were already in jail serving time.
Well, okay. So why would we want to feed, clothe, and house those people if we don't need to and can send them home?
So I am all for people who have actual criminal records being gathered up and sent home. That's fine.
You are?
Yeah.
You mean you would let them into the jails when they're released and let ICE take them and deport them?
Sure, if it's not a huge like waste of money, yeah. I also think that
Well,
there's
what are
there's
the
a lot
other alternatives?
there's a lot of social harm that Trump has caused. Like that last guest you saw with like extreme anger issues. That guy's radicalized. That guy thinks that we are being invaded and that they're a drain on our tax dollars. And
Well,
we have nothing but the math
You're
showing that they're
sitting here
not.
telling me that Obama and Biden deporting people is just fine.
Yes, because they were mostly criminal.
But Trump, no.
Right, because they were mostly non-criminal.
You just said that 40% of them were criminals, right?
No, 60% of Obama's deportees
So
were
40% of them weren't criminals.
No, 20% were people with repeat offenses, and I believe the rest
So?
of them were just at the border, just like told to go away at the border.
Told to go away. So they didn't even get a chance to claim asylum?
If they had an asylum claim, they absolutely were given a chance to claim asylum.
Were they all given hearings in front of a judge?
You're talking about
No,
expedited removals?
were they all given hearings in front of a judge?
So no, there were roughly, I think, like
What do you
1.5
mean
million.
no?
They were given 1.5 million, I believe, were given expedited removal.
What does that mean?
If you're here for under 2 years, you are fast tracked through the legal system and deported.
So they didn't even give them hearings. So that doesn't seem fair.
There were people protesting big time.
Did you protest?
I was like 12.
So no?
No.
Well, don't you condemn it today?
Yes. Yeah, I think it's largely useless. If we get criminals, mostly criminals, then that's fine. If we protect our borders and we say, hey, who are you, and you don't belong here, kick them out. That's fine.
What? You're not going to give them due process?
You don't get due process on your way in.
Oh my God, bro. Why not?
If people are rejected at the gate, that's totally fine.
You're for a border and border patrol.
Yes. Everybody is. Everybody on the left
border
is, yes.
patrol is racist.
No, it's not. The way Trump wants to do it is.
Did you just say it's not?
Yeah.
They're Yahtzees, man.
I think you're just like caricaturizing liberals.
No, bro, come on. Border patrol is yacht. Did you not see what they did in Minnesota?
What'd they do?
That was border patrol.
All the way in fucking
They're
Minnesota?
Yahtzees. They're racist Yahtzees. They're
Those
Gestapo.
Those people are Gestapo. Yeah. ICE is
There you
Gestapo.
go. Now you agree with me.
ICE is.
So why are you saying they're not?
The way Trump is controlling ICE right now is absolutely absurd.
Versus how Obama was doing it?
Yes.
Oh, because Obama did it better.
Yes, way better.
He deported way more people.
Yeah.
But I don't agree with the fact that he just said, oh, you're not coming in. That's bullshit. They're claiming asylum.
Nobody's got qualms about stopping people at the border.
What? Why would they
Can
fight?
Can you tell me like one politician?
That's not true.
Can you tell me
Why
one
did they
politician?
fight? Why
tell
did
me
they
one
fight them
politician?
trying to secure the border then?
Who's they? What'd they say?
They didn't want Texas to secure their border. They didn't
That's
want
against the
anything in the Rio
Constitution.
Grande.
That's
They didn't want any
unconstitutional.
type of barrier.
Yeah, that's unconstitutional.
Okay, so then you get them at the border and then you what? Turn them right back around and send them back across the river?
Yes.
And that seems fair to you?
Yeah, that's fine.
You're giving them hope. Why would you give them hope?
What did I do? What did we do by enforcing the border?
You're for enforcing border laws?
Every single liberal is for enforcing the border.
Why? We
Because
need the people.
Because
we need to hire the people. They if we didn't let anybody in, Pickles, the whole country would crash.
Well,
that's what you said.
We
You
are in
said
population
that.
decline.
They pay taxes. They buy, what do they buy? They go buy chips at the grocery store, right?
Uh-huh.
We need them.
We do. We need to fast track that. We need to
So
make
what
it.
is your? You're
We need to make
talking
it
both
very
directions here.
easy. We need to make it
I don't
very easy for
understand
these
this.
people to do it legally.
Oh, legally.
Mhm.
Well, asylum seeking is illegal. Is legal.
That's right.
So why is he kicking them right the hell out?
If you had an asylum claim, you let you in, right?
Have I got the $40 yet?
No.
Have you made $40 yet?
No, David.
No?
No.
Oh God. Maybe I should hang out until you get paid. Should I? Or should I leave?
You can leave.
You won't get the 40.
I know.
You could.
Thank you, Dave. Oh, these people are exhausting children. Jeez Louise, dude. Between David and that last guy, I wonder how many... I won't say it. What's my shirt say? It's a comic shirt. How we doing, chat? Chat, let's get up to 20K. We are looking for Trump supporters to debates. And if you are here and you are a conservative or a Trump supporter, hop in the box. Come tell me why you like Trump. Did I get the scooter ordered? I did. I did. It's going to be here on the 22nd. It's going to be here on the 22nd. I'm excited. Bro, that first guest was wild. You should have seen that first guest just berating a young lady. Just absolutely terrifying her, screaming at her. Felt sorry for her. I did hit the goal. I did. I did. I am excited. Pickle's helmet comes in today. If it arrives when we're live, then I will show you guys. Cause when you are with me, I'm free. New to your channel, can you tell us about your hat? My hat is from a local ice cream shop. But it's also a double entendre for anti-ice. Because when you are with me... Alright, how do I unsilence somebody? Moderation activity. Let me Google how to unsilence somebody on YouTube. Chat, if you're on YouTube and you want to debate, call this phone number and tell me why you like Trump. Otherwise, you can hop in the TikTok box. Come on up in here. How I unsilence someone on my YouTube channel live feed. Sign in, select settings from the left menu, click community, hidden users. What did it say? Settings from the left menu, YouTube Studio, and then settings. And then community. And then I think it's Lunar Spunk. Dude. Stop it. Make sure nobody else is in the box. Give me a second, y'all. Give me a second. We've got to get somebody unsilenced. YouTube mod guide, YouTube. Good God, there's so many. All right, mod chat. Can someone message me on Discord and tell me the username is the person we're trying to unmute? Was that meant to sound like a crossover sharing Creed? I've been singing that to myself all morning. The name is Jesse the Butt. Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, hold on. What in the Sigma? Search Jesse. Response status unresponded. Mentions? It's Jesse, I thought. It's meant to sound like a... Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Search Jesse. Hold on. Go to community. In the hidden users box, find the user you want to show. Okay. Community. In the hidden users box. Hidden users. It's not the same. They changed it so much. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter, you want to debate, hop into the box. Come tell me why you like Trump. We are looking for debates. We are doing friendly political debates. Unblock hidden users. Hide users in my channel. Putting your comments. Find a comment they've left. Next comment, select more. Hide from channel. Find who you've hidden. Go to YouTube Studio. The left, go to community. Under automated filter section, review users you've hidden. Oh, man. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Yes, sir.
All right, what do you like about Trump?
I think you remember me.
Do I?
Yeah, one time before.
All right, what do you want to talk about? What do you like about Trump?
Remember we talked about the border in Texas?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I still say that he's doing that right. In fact, y'all brought it up earlier, and you just kind of skimmed over it, which bothered me. You didn't input any of the information that I gave you.
Are you talking about like Greg Abbott's political theater on the border, putting barbed wire up?
Yes.
All right, so you know that we have an actual constitutional amendment for that?
Right.
What does it say?
I don't know.
Okay, so
Wait.
it says that the federal government, the border is under the purview of the federal government. So if you're in Colorado, you can't go to the border. If you're in Texas, you can't go to the border as the governor of Texas and start enforcing your own border. That is a federal government. So let me find the actual amendments.
Texas does have exclusionary things, though.
You'd have to justify that with or back it up with some stuff, but
You're right. I'm going to look that up, but I know we do have exclusionary policies that say because of certain amendments that.
So here's what it says. Supreme Court has long established the power to regulate the immigration and border control is exclusively a federal power stemming from national sovereignty. The Fourth Amendment says protects against unreasonable searches. Supreme Court created a border and search exception, allowing warrantless searches around the 100-mile exclusion zone. But it's Martinez U.S. versus Martinez Fuerte is the Supreme Court case.
Okay, that was recent.
But it basically just says, and Abbott's lawyers knew this, right? So like Abbott, when he decided to go do this thing and spend Texas tax dollars to go do this, he knew it was illegal, and he knew that it was going to get ripped up by the Supreme Court.
It still worked, though.
How would you even say that it worked?
It didn't get ripped up. Everything, like, we still secured our borders.
Yeah, I mean, if we all stood down there with ARs, that would also quote unquote work, but that's illegal.
Yeah, but the borders, you can't undo what's already done.
Yes, you can. If the Supreme Court tells you that you can't do things, like I can't go to the border and put up barbed wire. It's just as illegal for me to do it as it is Abbott.
So they're going to go cut it down.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, it was getting in the way of CBP doing their actual job. So like, if somebody, I'm gonna draw it for you. If somebody comes to the border, and let's say this is the water, this is our quote unquote wall that may or may not even be there.
Just to be clear, I am no fan of Greg Abbott.
Yeah. So.
Just so we're on the same page.
We'll pretend that this is the U.S. border, going right through the Rio Grande. All right, and we'll say somebody from Mexico. They come along and they cross the river and they're standing right here. And Abbott's barbed wire is like this or like this. If somebody's standing right there where that green dot is and they say, I claim asylum, the Customs Border Patrol officer has to say, okay, come with me. Sorry about the barbed wire. Let's figure out how to get you around that. And they would have to walk them in through the border, or they would have to arrest them if they didn't belong and then send them back. The barbed wire does nothing but get in the way. It's also nothing but like dangerous. So if people hurt themselves on our barbed wire, I'm assuming we're liable for it.
No. What happens if an American goes to Mexico and they get hurt by the cartels? Should they be liable?
Yes.
Yeah, right. But they're not most of the time. So
the lawless people who operate outside of the law, yes.
All right. Well, we have to operate outside of the Mexican government's what they consider. I mean, the Mexican government has they're not much of a government, right?
Okay, we'll pretend it's Canada. Can Canada shoot me on my way into their border?
No, we can't pretend it's Canada because Canada has an actual government.
So does Mexico.
That's a false equivalency.
Mexico just got universal health care, bro. They have a government.
It's a false equivalency.
What?
Mexico is run by cartels.
Dude, Mexico government, they can't just like, I don't know, wrap me up in barbed wire and leave me in the middle of the river. They can't do that. The U.S.
Sure
government
can.
would have something to say about that. Absolutely not. That's not okay.
You're right. It's not okay, but they can kidnap Americans too, which they have done. The cartels, they've done that.
That's outside of the law.
No, that's not. No, no, same thing.
No, it's illegal every time.
Yeah, right. So each country has done something illegal. Only difference is ours is Bob Rard that you can avoid. Theirs is cartels that they allow happen. So there's that.
Okay, if the Mexican government caught those cartels doing that, they would absolutely do something, right?
Yeah, and they didn't though. El
Didn't
Chapo.
win.
El Chapo.
Are you saying we should operate like the cartel?
No, I'm saying like we should probably prevent the cartel from getting into the country. Strangely enough, crazy enough,
Trump
we should
invited
probably
tons of the
prevent
cartel
them
into the
from
country. Didn't Trump bring
doing
up
the
100
exact same thing to our country that they did in Mexico. El Chapo.
Didn't Trump like literally pardon somebody who shipped 400 tons of the white stuff into the country, and he's trying to install him in Honduras?
Who's that?
The former leader of Honduras. I think his last name is Martinez.
Don't think so.
Yeah, he did. We just got leaked audio. It was a hot mic about how he is running huge propaganda campaigns up and down Latin America.
But in regards to America, shouldn't we prevent like criminals from coming into this country?
Yeah,
like,
we do
come
that
on,
with
like,
the federal government.
Okay.
The federal government has to do that.
Let's focus on what we're focusing on, right? You're talking about the border patrol, right? We're talking about illegal immigrants coming into this country, messing everything up. Maybe Trump did that. Sure, he's at fault for it. Next, what's up next? What's next? What do we need to fix next?
What's next?
We
I don't
can
know.
fix that.
I think we've figured out that the government, the federal government, is the one who oversees the borders, who enforces our borders. So like, only the government and CBP have the tools necessary and the legal ability to figure out your document status. Like, not a sheriff, not some random redneck.
So should we let El Chapo go? Should we let the president we kidnapped go?
How does that entail that?
Should we let him go?
No. Why would that entail that?
I'm just curious. Because it's part of national security. Should we let them go?
Why would the federal government being in charge of our borders mean we have to let the cartel go?
Well, you just said it, because it's not legal, right?
But the federal government's the people who would arrest that person.
Right. Dude got kidnapped. Quote unquote kidnapped. What do you agree with that? Do you agree with it?
With who being kidnapped? Maduro,
there you go.
I think that Trump doing infinite side missions and breaking international law and doing war crimes is not good. No, I think Maduro should be tried. I think it's fine. I think Maduro should be tried. I think you can see.
All right.
Yeah, nobody likes Maduro. Nobody on the left likes Maduro. Nobody on the right likes Maduro. I think that is just a caricature that you'll see from right wingers trying to say that we're for a bad guy.
Oh, okay. We're on the same page then.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. I feel like as a Texan, honestly, and I know you. I've been listening to you since we last talked. There's other Texans. I'm just saying that from a Texan, there's a lot of bad people coming over the border, and we need to stop them. Now, I think the issue is how we stop them. We have a lot of disagreements of how we should stop them. I, unfortunately, have to agree with Greg Abbott, and I hate the dude. I really do.
It's unconstitutional. He's pretty much a vigilante, dude. Can't do that.
I mean, I hate the dude, but it's just weird that it's the only thing me and him agree on,
To break the law?
to secure the border.
That's breaking the law. Aren't you
Well,
trying to
then
enforce the law?
How else are we going to enforce the law?
With the Customs and Border Patrol. Like, Trump has not passed one law, right? He hasn't done one thing to secure the border, has he? Do you know?
The wall?
That's not... did he pass a law for that?
Uh, did he?
No, he's done executive orders. He's not done a wall law through Congress. No. So in 2 years, when he's gone, all of the things he done will just go right away.
Well, isn't that most presidents?
No, when you pass something through the law, through Congress, it's permanent usually.
Right. But how many presidents have actually done that?
Biden was like the most effective person at doing that with a razor-thin margin.
Biden.
Yeah.
Okay, which laws did he pass?
He passed the Inflation Reduction Act. He passed the Infrastructure Bill. He passed this Chips and Science Act. He passed the PACT Act. He passed so many things. The largest investment in climate change in world history. The PACT Act was the largest veteran healthcare bill in decades. It was $800 million for veterans who were exposed to toxic
Okay, correction. Who did he pay to do that? Because he definitely did not do that.
Okay, I don't know. I think Trump is far dumber than Biden. So I think Biden is very capable being in Congress for like 50 fucking years to pass these laws.
Let's be real. Presidents don't do shit. Who did he pay to do that?
I don't understand what you're saying, dude. He had an administration. He had a cabinet of people. He had legislators.
Right,
he brought
correct.
them into the Oval Office. The first thing he
Correct.
did when he got into office was he brought them all into the Oval Office.
He hired people to do it.
Okay, again, he got it done, right?
So who did he hire to do it?
Yeah, the same way. You think Trump writes the legislation he passes?
No.
Okay, so he does the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so why are you nitpicking that?
I'm just saying that Trump hired the wrong people.
He absolutely did. Yeah, and that's a fault
Yeah.
of Trump.
No, that's all I'm saying. So I should be voting for who was hired, not for the president, because Biden was useless.
Biden was an effective hirer, if anything, under your worldview.
Nah. To be honest, I don't think so.
Biden was more productive. The end. Like, no matter who was in charge, if you want to say somebody in a fucking Biden suit was doing this, or he was a
but
puppet,
you have to know who's in charge in order to know who's to vote for.
I think this is just a silly thing that Trump
No,
has
it's
done.
not. No, it's not a silly thing.
It is
It's
silly.
who's in charge? Who do you vote for?
Biden was in charge. Biden was in charge.
Biden,
There's no
Biden was
evidence.
an imbecile.
Okay, can you tell me who was telling Biden what to do?
Who knows?
Yeah, this is a conspiracy, dude. This is like brain mush conspiracy.
Kamala? Was Kamala in charge?
If she was, she did fantastic. Right?
Depending.
Didn't Trump fall asleep on camera like 5 times this
You
year?
have to go to the head of, like, can't sit here and say it's a conspiracy.
It is.
Biden had no idea what he was doing. He had no idea who his wife was. Biden's senile.
I know you've seen like a few videos of him like gaffing.
Biden is senile.
I get it.
It's not gaslighting.
Y'all are so far gone. You've seen like 4 clips of Biden gaffing. We have Trump every day saying the world's dumbest thing. Being incoherent, he talks at a 5th grade level. This is projection from him. This is him running a campaign so you laugh at Biden. You don't look at him.
Yeah, that's what y'all been doing this entire time, mocking Republicans. But see, the thing is, I'm not a Republican. I've never really been a Republican. I've always been a liberal. I'm just not a Democrat anymore.
I don't think it really matters if you don't know anything.
No,
about who the president
Listen to me.
was.
Listen to me. It doesn't matter. Liberals are not Democrats. Republicans are not Republicans. Conservatives are not Republicans. Right? Listen to me. So it matters because you can be a liberal and still be a Republican. You can be a conservative and still be a Democrat. The parties do not change. The ideologies do.
But
Now, I understand you've been listening to, what is it, TYT your whole life?
I've probably seen 2 videos from TYT.
All right. So, realistically, liberalism is the same across the board. Conservatism is the only thing that changes.
So
Think about this.
So
Just
conservatives have
give
gone
this a
very
think.
far right, and liberals have stayed right where they were.
I'm thinking that liberals have went more right, and socialists have come in. I'm one of those people.
You're a socialist?
No, socialists have came in to the equation.
Okay, can you tell me what a socialist is?
Yeah, actually, you explained it to me before.
What is it?
Can't exactly explain, but you explained it to me before. We already had this conversation.
I know, and you didn't retain it?
Didn't retain shit, dude.
Bub. I don't know what to tell you.
But I can tell you right now that I still believe that liberals are the original Americans. They are what you are opposing right now.
I don't think so, man.
Look up the definition of liberal. Tell me what it says.
Somebody who's aware of
Go ahead.
social injustices.
Go ahead and
Somebody
look up the
it's
definition.
center right.
Look up the definition of liberalism and tell me what it says.
The liberal is adherent of liberalism, a political and moral philosophy based on individual rights, liberty, consent of the governed, and equality before the law. Pretty base.
There you go. And now look up conservatism.
Social, cultural, political philosophy that promotes traditional institutions, customs, and values while favoring gradual organic change over radical, rapid transformation.
Thank you.
Okay, and what
Thank
point are
you.
we making here?
Liberalism does not change. Conservatism does.
Conservatism, the literal word inside of it is to conserve. They don't want to change.
It changes over the eras.
They're
Think about it.
forced to
Think
change.
about it. Just think about it. Just think about it. Conservatism back in the day would be, we would be still with England, right? Our founding fathers were liberals inherently.
So be more like your founding fathers. Be a liberal.
Right, but you're not liberals, you're socialists.
I am not a socialist. I'm a capitalist.
Right. Liberalism doesn't change. Liberalism is a distinct monetary value. That's it.
Bub, have you had a few drinks today?
No.
Are you lying to me?
No.
Can you define socialism for me?
Sure. Let me go ahead. Which socialism would you like me to define?
Just give it to me in one sentence.
Which one?
Just give it to me in one sentence. Make it short and sweet.
All right. I will go ahead and look it up. Selective ownership.
I'm sorry?
Collective ownership.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Can you
there we
tell
go.
me can you tell me one socialist in our party right now?
No, not really.
So there's not really a prominent
It
presence of
doesn't
them,
happen overnight.
but you're saying that we're full of them,
Yep.
but you can't name one.
Invested. I think y'all are invested in socialism.
Invested in
Democratic
socialism.
socialist.
Democratic socialist is a little bit different. So it's people who,
Oh, is it? Is it different?
yeah.
How is that different?
So Democrat socialists believe in capitalism. So like rather than the people owning everything, like naturalizing oil, making it state owned everything, and we all get a split of the profits, and a split of the means of the production, and being able to like vote on it, and each of us get a voice, and every little action they take, that is socialism. But when we talk about social democracy, we talk about just simply having the way things are now and adding things like universal health
Oh,
care.
yeah. See,
Adding
that's
things
what
like
I meant. A
universal
little bit
healthcare.
at a time.
Now, like universal healthcare is not going to break anything. Every developed country in the world has it.
No, it will. Yeah, no, it will.
Every developed country in the world has it.
How about look at Denmark?
Yeah, they're like one of the best countries on earth.
And they're infested with people that, yeah, in debt. Yeah.
Have you looked at where they rank? You got your Google in front of you, right? Where does Denmark rank in the world? Just
For
broadly.
social happiness?
For everything.
And how about rights? How about those?
How about what?
You have your Google in front of you? How about rights? How about England?
They have more freedoms as well.
Oh, wow.
Where do we rank on the freedom index scale in America?
They have more freedoms.
Where do we rank? Have you Googled that?
They have more freedoms though, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. They're just assaulted more in the
So-
streets.
In Denmark? The hell?
England?
That's not Denmark.
Oh, you're very specific now.
You know that we're scored 81 out of 100 when we talk about freedom in the world. We're 22nd with a score of 72.8 when we talk about economic freedoms. World press freedom, we dropped to 64th. We dropped to 64th. So, like Trump harassing people with FCC and writing executive orders to punish people that say things he doesn't like, that has made us plummet in those scales.
Oh, our safety has plummeted.
Our freedom of press.
Oh, it's because BLA.
Because of who?
Oh, you don't know about them. Yeah, because you're a dumbass. All right. VOA.
BLA?
VOA.
VOA. V as in Victor?
Voice of America.
Okay, what about that?
Jesus Christ.
What is the Voice of America? What are you talking about?
Oh, he has to work for him.
You used to work for Voice of America, and
Still
how's this
work for
relevant?
him.
And how's this relevant?
Still work for him. You're here talking shit. You're here talking shit. Bullshit. Nonsense. Look up
I'm
Voice
the
of
one saying it.
America.
Are you just talking about what Trump installed to put Carrie
Look
Lake in
up
charge
Voice
of?
of America.
I know what
Oh
Voice
yeah,
of
he
America
cut
is.
off Voice of America. Yeah. Yeah, he did do that.
He cut off the Voice of America?
Yeah, he did. He did.
And that's good for you, or is that a point for you, or?
Not that specifically, but you're so narrow-sighted that you can't see anything else.
Dude, I think that you're seeing double right now. That's what I think.
Now you're in your own lane that you're like, oh well, if this is good for me, then it's good in the argument. But you can't see anything else for the country. That you don't care about the country.
How do you determine that?
Based on the way you're acting.
You're getting better, huh? You're getting better with your words.
Am I?
No.
I don't think so. I think you just cut me off originally and said I was drunk because you couldn't handle the argument. Now you still can't handle the argument, but now you know.
I'm sitting here with
Like,
Voice of America Googled on my screen. I'm wondering where you brought me here. I don't know what we're talking about, man.
Voice of America, they just got reinstated by the judge.
Tight. So, state-sponsored propaganda.
Not state-sponsored propaganda. Are you agreeing with Trump?
That the thing Carrie Lake, the election-denying crazy lady, she's in charge of that now?
Because that's what Trump said, that we were state-sponsored propaganda.
Oh. Okay.
That's exactly what he said.
So you think people announced themselves when they were putting out propaganda?
No.
Okay, why would you think Trump needs to do that for it to be propaganda?
I'm just saying VOA was shut down by Trump. Are you not hearing what I'm saying?
Is that for or against like your position? I don't get it.
It's a fact. Do you not understand facts? There is no position.
Bub, I think you're extremely intoxicated. I'm going to hang up and let someone else talk, all right? Call back tomorrow.
You hate facts.
Because when you are with me, I'm free. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Yes, yes, I am a Trump supporter. Well, used to be a Trump supporter, but yes. I voted for Trump anyway.
Are but you're not for him anymore?
I guess I am. I guess I am and not. I'm kind of like in the middle there right now. Yeah, just wanted to get your ideas on a couple of things. I don't know too much about. I do know a lot about democracy and Republicans and all of that kind of stuff. I just want to know, why hasn't America got like a third choice, fourth choice, like other countries? It's like two parties. You know, I became a U.S. citizen, goes about 3.5 years ago. I'm originally from England. I know a lot about socialism. I know a lot about the medical care, like you spoke about. And for the most part, it does work incredibly well back in the UK.
I agree.
Although you might have to wait like a few more hours to kind of get into the doctors and kind of see them. But most of, like in most cases, if you have anything serious, you can get seen pretty quickly and get treated pretty quickly. Though it's not as good as America could be. I think America could be incredible. But yeah, I voted for Trump in the hope that maybe I'd have change in America. Things would go down a little bit, and cost of living would be more normal for like a lot of people. And it just hasn't. It's gone up dramatically, and it's just, I don't know. I'm kind of 50-50 now, to be
It's
honest.
kind of what fascism's all about, man. They lie.
I know.
And they try to tell you this like uniting patriotic messaging, saying that this is all about America. We're gonna bring America
Right.
back.
Right.
And,
We're going to make America great again. And it already was great.
yeah.
It doesn't need to be made great again. It always has been. It's always been a
But
unique
It
country.
seems
so.
like everything Trump has done has been an effort to make himself rich, to cover up his criminality, to enrich his friends, to stop people from seeing the Epstein files. All of these things are in line with somebody who, I don't know, tried to steal the election or committed all sorts of felonies that he claimed was political persecution. I think that there's nothing historically you can point to in conservatism that has done anything beneficial to the economy or has added people into healthcare programs or that has put food in people's mouths or made the economy better for the most of us. Conservatism
I agree.
in America has mostly blown out the lid of our deficit. They've taken away freedoms of women. They have done regressive laws in regards to voting rights. I think in a lot of people's lifetimes, when we saw the Voting Rights Act passed, those same people are still alive today watching it go away and watching the representation in the government and their power in voting diminish.
Right. No, and I agree with you on like a lot of that stuff. I was just listening to your last caller as well, and he was definitely intoxicated, man. Definitely, 100%.
Yeah, but I agree with you. Like, somebody in chat said it right. Like, ranked
Like-
choice voting would give us more options right now, as it stands with like the electoral college and the two-party
Yeah.
system. If you're third
And you
party,
briefly-
you're just
and you-
doomed. You're doomed to not win
And you
anything.
briefly spoke about like if America went into socialized medicine, kind of all of that stuff. Well, it works in England. It really does. I think the problem you have with America is that people don't want to change. I think people are just stuck in their ways, and they don't see it for what it could be. See, a lot of people don't want to go down to the doctors simply because they don't want a $40,000 medical bill, right? Because it wipes people out very easily. If you have an operation, it can easily cost, what,
Yes,
$30,000?
60-something% of all of our bankruptcies are medical based.
Guaranteed. So something's got to happen. And also, for me and my wife and my little kid, our medical bill, like the medical cover, is absolute shit. It's absolute bollocks. Bollocks is a good British word, sorry. Yeah, I kind of like the word bollocks.
I agree.
But I just think it's gone up so much right now that you have to get supplementary insurance just to cover yourself for like the emergencies. So anything small, you just can't afford it. Like people can't afford life anymore. It's so difficult. I'm blessed enough that I'm a pilot, so I can afford a lot. I've been incredibly blessed, and life's great. But for the average American, like they can't afford anything. It's so difficult.
Yeah, I know.
So difficult to make ends meet. Anyway, so I did vote for Trump. I don't know who I'd vote for now, mate. I don't. I'm kind of disappointed. I called in earlier, like once, kind of before talking about immigration and kind of stuff like that. And I just think there's lots of things in this U.S. government that has to be fixed. Number one, you got to focus on the American people. You got to make their lives a little bit easier. That's why we vote for a president, right?
Well, mostly the party that offers any type of legislation like that would just be the Liberal Party. Republicans don't do that. They're for self-responsibility, pulling yourself up by your bootstraps, gutting all of these programs.
Small government's going to stay out of your life, and you live the American dream.
That's not necessarily, right? Yeah, not even that, because they're ready to invade your doctor's office. They're ready to tell you, how you can travel or where you can. they're all over the place with that. Trump is for writing executive orders telling colleges how to change their hiring process and their vetting
Right, I
process.
know. I kind of remember that when he was like Yale or some kind of famous college. He was, yeah. Anyway, it's just difficult, isn't it? So really, Republican parties are meant to stay out of people's businesses. Trump's really engulfed himself and put himself in everybody's business. Like, he's complicated life so much for a lot of people. Now, I'd say that I'm definitely probably a Republican more than a Democrat. I guess I've got a little bit of both. You know, I kind of like the fact that guns can be more controlled. You know, that kind of terrifies me, especially with my daughter kind of growing up. I never got around guns back in the UK. We had a big mass shooting, gosh, in the 1990s, and then we put a ban on guns, and that's a debate here. You know, that's completely different.
Democrats
debate.
are the only ones who are for gun control.
We haven't had any mass shootings in the UK. You hear about every other month there's like something going on here, like in America, with a psycho guy that just went into a college or kind of school or kind of business. You don't get that in other countries. This is one of the most sophisticated countries on earth, but yet it's kind of so backwards in a lot of different ways compared to other countries. I don't know how you feel about that, but
yeah. So I think that you're probably just, I don't know. I think you've probably got a lot of rhetoric you're holding on to, but there's no actual policy from Republicans that I've deemed helpful, that I deem have added things to people's lives. Most of it, even since 1980, has just done nothing but create a huge wealth gap. Have gutted school funding, have gutted school lunches, have gutted veteran health care, have gutted everything that you can point to. It's literally disgusting, but their messaging somehow lures people back in. They get you to be scared of trans people or people coming from across the border, and people just start foaming at the mouth and they're ready to do anything to go.
You know, I kind of researched on kind of immigration. There's more than one way to come into like the United States of America. I done it one way. You know, it doesn't have to be the only right way to kind of do it. There's lots of different ways in which people can come into the country and be a part of this amazing country. And but it's like, I don't know. I feel like there has to be complete change in a lot of different areas, whether you're Democrat, whether you're Republican, whether you're a third party. You know, America's got so much potential. And I just feel like we're lagging behind, and
I know. The only thing that's kept us behind, it's almost like a ball and chains, is the Electoral College and the power that Republicans have given themselves, even though they've been the minority for over the past few decades.
Is it just the Republicans, though? Like, let's be honest about this. Like, so when Biden was in power, I wasn't massively impressed, if I'm being honest with you. I'm just not very impressed with Biden. I think the way that everything kind of went down was a little bit weird. That, you know, and that's coming from a Republican's perspective, right? I don't think he really done that much. Costs were still pretty high. You know,
during COVID,
food's
right?
still really expensive. This is after.
It wasn't exactly from Biden. That was just from COVID.
All right,
I think
all right. But I never had any confidence in Biden, to be honest. I didn't. I just thought like he was being run by. The rumor is that Obama still had, you know, control over things and kind of whatever. That's all the conspiracy.
I think it's a conspiracy for sure. Like Biden,
I know.
Biden has been running it. He's been doing government stuff for like 50 fucking years. I think.
I know, but what did he really achieve in that though? Like, you know, you kind of know the stats. What did he do in that 50 years?
Can you yes? Can you tell me one thing Biden passed during his administration?
Can I tell you one thing Biden passed? Well, I guess there's many things that he passed. I can't know. If I'm being honest with you.
Biden was the most productive president we've had in 30 years. And the reason we didn't hear anything is because Trump ran around with a microphone for 4 whole years telling you that it was a disaster and just saying the most insane shit you'll ever hear. So nobody was paying attention to the boring stuff Biden was doing that was productive.
But then I hear that from the Democrats about their Republicans. And then, like, it's like a two-way war going on, isn't it? Like, constantly between the Democrats and the Republicans. It's like a two-way war. Sure. And it's divided this country. And it's divided this country so much. That's my feel about it. You know, I've just never known a country, like, I've lived all over the world.
Can you tell me the thing that Biden did that was so divisive?
I just don't think he was for the people, to be honest, mate. I think there's a lot of things that Biden done, including his son Hunter, right? I think every politician makes money, right? They do. You look at Polanski, is that the name? That
Pelosi.
kind of old woman? Yeah,
Yeah.
right. So what she made $200,000 a year? Yeah. Her net worth is $200 million. Are you telling me
This
there's
is
not
called
corruption going on in every single party
This
going
is
on here? Because I just feel
sure.
like there's a
This
lot of
is
corruption.
this is called misdirection. So what they've
Is it?
done is they pointed at Nancy Pelosi and said, "Look at this evil lady making all of this money. Surely
Yeah,
there's
but
some
that's
bad
any
stuff going on
politician.
here." Yeah, but
Yeah.
you look at the whole picture. There's a whole list of politicians in Congress who have made millions and millions of dollars, and at the very top is Trump. Trump has made more than every politician combined times 10.
Yeah, he's giving his pay away, isn't he? He's not taking his pay because he's already made his man. So he's not
No,
taking.
well, he gave away $400,000 a year, and then he paid himself $200 million of tax dollars to golf. It's called
Did
a
he?
con.
Fair enough. I kind of know what it's. I don't know all of the facts or kind of what goes on. You've got a better idea than kind of I have. I just wish this country would be more kind of unified.
What I'm
really
illustrating to you is that the divisive figures in history aren't
'Cause
the
it's scary
aren't the
because-
liberals. It's mostly Trump. Maybe not even all conservatives, but maybe right now conservatives that are falling behind Trump are doing all of this divisive rhetoric, saying that trans people are coming for your kids, or that people are having abortions 2 weeks after birth, or that they're coming over here and raping and killing people, the migrants are. And we don't have any actual evidence of that, but it's very rhetorical. It's very hot
people
button
eating
issue.
dogs.
Yeah, the cats and the dogs. Nobody wanted to hear about Kamala's plans to build 3 million homes when Trump has been saying they're eating the cats and the dogs.
Do you
That's what made
honestly
headlines.
think, right, hand on your heart, do you honestly think that Kamala Harris would be a really good president?
Yes, 100,000%. Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, just a cackling laugh kind of annoyed me. But
That's it?
I live in a very...
Trump paints his face orange, dude. He paints his face
I know
orange.
he does. I know. You know, we have a thing back in England. You need to research this, right? You know when you've been tangled, right? It's this man dressed in orange. It's about a British drink. You know when you've been tangled, and he runs around and he slaps people like in the face. It's so funny. That reminds me of kind of President Trump, actually.
Yeah, I think that Kamala's laugh being a disqualifier is insane to me.
I just don't. I just wish somebody was dynamic enough to unite people. Kind of like President Obama tried to do, like kind of back in the day, you know, because you get so much more from a country when it's unified, when it's not so divided. And even though I'm a Republican, I don't hate Democrats at all. And I think this whole hate divisive thing is very crippling. I fully support, like, you think about our forefathers, right? They would want us to all unite and kind of get along. They wouldn't want us to be so divisive.
You're preaching to the choir, man. You're preaching to the choir. Can you tell me, out of all of the like notable figures on both sides, besides Trump, who's the most divisive that you can think of?
What, as a president?
Yeah.
Right now?
Even throughout the history, you might be aware of.
Okay.
Like the most divisive thing Trump, Biden said was that some MAGA are borderline fascist, which is 100% true.
I remember Biden once said that he's the president for all people, and I believe that that's what we need to focus on. Is that I don't care who's president, as long as they're mentally sane and able, we should get behind them, whether they're Republican or kind of Democrat, because that's the president of the United States. You may beg to differ with some of the policies, but ultimately, uniting is going to be the best way.
Yeah.
I think the most decisive president right now, honestly, and I'm ashamed to say this because I'm a Trump supporter, is President Trump. He's definitely kind of through, and it's not only in America, throughout the whole world as well.
Yeah.
Now, whether we're going to see goodness come from this, I don't know. The Iran war, you know, maybe fuel's going to go down. Maybe they're not going to get a nuclear weapon. Maybe, but the cost of that is what? It's kind of through this whole world in turmoil. My family back in England are having such a hard time filling up their car full of petrol, food, everything. It's so darn expensive, and that's done by one man that wanted to.
Do you know all of the history surrounding that? Do you know what happened in 2015?
2015. Was I in America then? I think I was.
Do you know what the Iran nuclear deal is?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do know. Yes, that's to prevent them from actually getting a nuclear weapon. I think Obama done that, didn't he? He actually went over there and kind of made it, and that's what Trump was complaining. Could you explain to me about that just a little bit?
So
you probably know it better than I do.
So the JCPOA, aka the Iran nuclear deal, was something that Obama negotiated with Iran, and it basically said that if you want to be able to trade and for us to lift all of these sanctions off of your country, you're going to have to play nice, and you're going to have to let us monitor your nuclear programs and make sure you're not enriching uranium above civilian use. So like whatever,
Which is
3.9%.
logical, right? Which is
Yeah,
logical.
I think it was great. I think it was great. And they had satellites, they had cameras, they had people on site 24/7. They had I believe it was like 300 checks per year. It was
Right.
so closely monitored, and we were making sure they were adhering to this, and they were adhering to this. When Trump pulled this out, here's what I think. He's good friends with Netanyahu. We've seen Trump hang out with Netanyahu even when he's not president. His son-in-law is Netanyahu's godson. He's also the person doing negotiations on behalf of America right now with Iran. He is this person, this figure who has every reason to not want to be for Iran to be part of this nuclear deal, because Netanyahu wants nothing more than to just bomb and obliterate Iran. That's been his mission for the last 50 years. He's trying to convince us that Iran has nuclear program.
Yeah.
And that is what I think happened, is that Trump perpetuated this bad guy in Iran to allow them to perpetuate enriched uranium. And
The thing
now
about the
we
Middle
have a
East-
reason to bomb them. Now we do, because of Trump.
The thing about the Middle East is you're never going to fix the Middle East. They've been at war for thousands of years. You're never going to change it. You look at Iraq, so you take down one leader and then you get the ISIS pop them up. When you can't, these people, they don't really have too much of a voice. And I feel really sorry for the Iranian people. I've got really good friends who are living in Iran. They don't have a voice. So you take down the supreme leader, guess what? There's going to be somebody else crazy that's going to take his position. That could possibly be worse. And then you take him out and there's going to be somebody else. You're never going to fix that problem by kind of bombing them. So but you can't even negotiate with these people either as well. And they're very difficult. They lie. But I'm talking about the politicians in kind of Iran. They're just not trustworthy. I think Iran has been a thorn in people's side for the last, since 1970s. And I think they had to be dealt with, but not so much in this way. Like I
think
can't
you need to learn
see
more
what the
of
outcome's going to be.
If you're talking about 70s, then you're unaware of what the U.S. involvement is in Iran. So U.S. involvement in Iran,
U.S. have had a big involvement. Yeah.
It dates back to 53, and in 53 we installed a dictator named the Shah.
Right.
And you can imagine being either here or in England, if Russia came in and installed the leader of your country and they were in charge for 15 years, that would be heartbreaking, right? You would never forget that.
As long as it's better than Stammer, yeah, absolutely.
So we did that to Iran.
All right, fair enough. I totally get that point. You put in more about that than I do. I'm just saying, I'm just very confused about politics right now. I'm just very confused about it. I don't really know what direction I'm going to go into in the next kind of 3 years. I've got no idea. But hopefully somebody young, dynamic, somebody that's for the American people, somebody that can talk without offending people as well, right?
I mean, sure, being diplomatic is very important, and we can even look at the negotiations with Iran and how turned off they are by Trump posting memes and videos in the midst of actual negotiations. I think that every single Republican that is for this shows me that they don't actually want peace. They don't want diplomacy. They want a supreme leader. They want to usurp the money from the United States and just get rich. That is what I've seen.
Do you really think, though, the Republicans really have a voice, though, like under President Trump? Because it seems to me like if you don't do what a man says, you're going to get ousted. So I think
Republicans are very tribal like that. I think that Republicanism is very toxic like that.
Yeah, that's a shame. Anyway, mate, look, I just wanted to ultimately say that I appreciate you for what you're doing. It's good for Americans to have a voice, and thank you for debating in a good way, because there are so many channels on here where if you debate them and you disagree, they just call you a racist, or they call you a homophobe, or they call you this. So thank you for being so decent enough to let people be able to talk without getting, irate and offended, because everybody's got the right to believe whatever they want to believe in, right? It's just whether we can talk about it in a civil way and get things done, right? That's ultimately how change is going to happen.
For sure. And I would again press the fact that Trump is not that. Trump is not that. Like, there's a stark difference between the way I talk to people who are opposite of my politics and the way Trump has, and the way he's championed and shown the American people is the best way. If you want to be the
I know.
world's leader, you got to be a fucking prick. Is what Trump has taught these people, and
I
these
know.
people are
I know.
crazy now.
I know they are. I think some Republicans, like listening to this channel, are so far deep in it right now. Like I was, like you don't want to change around and kind of think, oh, maybe I made a mistake and kind of vote for like this guy, or kind of whatever. Like, what choice did we really have? I think people are so far rooted in it that change is sometimes the most difficult thing to kind of do. And I think that's the problem a lot of Republicans are now going to be facing, is that, oh shit, you know, things have happened. I don't fully support this. But it's good people like yourself that's given a different kind of perspective. I think you should be president, mate.
Thanks, man. I appreciate you.
Hey, I completely appreciate you. And I will call in again, keep up the debate. And yes, even though I am Republican, I guess, I still totally respect you. So thank you, mate, for like your time. I appreciate you.
Take it easy, dude.
Yeah, you too, brother. All right, bye-bye.
W chat, tap the screen if you enjoy these debates. Give me a follow. We do these all the time. We would love to grow back. The page used to be 80K, and we lost it. We're trying to grow back, build back better, chat, if you will. If you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop in the box. If you just called, you're welcome to try calling again. It does feel like there is like a tribal sense to even people like these. They're kind of unreasonably attached to some of the ideas the Republican Party's convinced them of, like that they're the more national, like patriotic party. I don't think it's true. How do I debate? You just hop in the box. There's a button like right here. It looks like two people. You click it, and then you'll be in the box. Yellow is a Trump supporter. Oh. Watching Ted Cruz and Josh Hawley playing tough is funny, I know. Imagine simping for the guy who called your wife a dog and then turning around trying to look like a badass. That nothing gets by you. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hey, buddy. Was calling into the little debate action.
For sure. All right. You want to tell me what you like about Trump?
I do like kind of the unapologetic side of it. Of course, I have my qualms with him. I would say I'm more of a conservative than Republican. Focus very heavily on conservative values. I do believe Trump, and especially I would call it like Trump 2.0, so running into the second presidency, really was a pushback response to the left. You know, I think things like this are just going to mirror themselves. You know, it's one extreme pushes, the other extreme is going to push just as hard, or actually twice as hard. So, you know, initially I do enjoy the kind of anti-politician, anti kind of status quo narrative that Trump was pushing initially. I do believe just probably the nature of the position with Trump, he's going to be surrounded by obviously career politicians. The status quo is going to continue going. Do I truly believe that like Trump has like the highest capabilities to direct an entire country perfectly? No, I don't think anybody does. But I do believe like the core fundamentals of what he brought into the political game were kind of boat rocking enough to satisfy me. There's obvious decisions that he's made that I disagree with, but I would say the general direction that he pushes towards, I'm pretty high support of. I would say the majority of it. You know, of course, I could pick apart certain things that he's done that I disagree with, but
So
it's just me being honest with anyone.
I'll debate you on some of those points. So you said you like kind of the way that Trump is unapologetic. He's kind of just like this iron fists, like I do what I want, fuck you kind of thing. And I would say that
Yep.
just like the last guest was kind of espousing, he was saying like we need to unite as a country. And if you look at like a few of the things that Trump has done and the way he's handled them, and like imagine Obama or somebody reacting to the same thing, I could see it happening entirely differently, where there aren't people marching in the streets, protesting, going crazy, and there's civil unrest. And for instance, I will just point to like Alex Peretti or Renee Good, and they're being unalived by ICE. Whether it's good, bad, right, or wrong, we can skip that whole conversation and just say the reaction to it is what I want to highlight. So as a president, Trump came out and said these people are terrorists, they're radicalized, without any investigation, and then shut down investigations. And what I think Obama would have done would be completely opposite. He would say, hey, and he would say these, like, a few words to unite the American people, say, we need to investigate this. We want this to not happen anymore. We want, the Americans to respect law enforcement. And say something on both sides, like this is how we need to unite. But instead, Trump has done this one-sided thing where it's us versus y'all, and how we're domestic terrorists or something. And he's even gone so far as to say anti-immigration and LGBTQ people are now considered T groups, the most biggest T group threats in America, when none of this really can be borne out with data.
Violent was the descriptor within those two groups. So I mean,
I'm sorry?
Obviously, say violent was the main descriptor that was attached to those two groups, not just a general, paintbrush swath of both of those groups. It was highlighting violent. So obviously terroristic-minded representatives of those groups.
So
obviously, you could equate the terrorists, anti-American terrorists.
I don't think that that's a thing, though. So, like, we look at the data, and since 2001, 70% of the domestic terrorism here in the United States has been from the right. And then the top 15...
Well, I mean, it's because what do you identify as domestic terrorism?
Yeah.
Is this not expanding that descriptor?
I'm sorry?
I mean, you could selectively call something terrorism. You can selectively call something not terrorism, obviously.
They have to be adjudicated in the court of law to determine that your motives for committing these crimes are political. So when somebody like Melissa Hortman gets shot in the face, or her husband as well, is shot in the face because they are pro-choice legislators, and the person had a whole list of people that he was going to go kill as well that were pro-choice legislators, that is, in fact, right-wing domestic terrorism. So anti-abortion is one of the most prominent domestic terrorist things, and as well as the top 15 actual most prominent violent groups in America, they're all right-wing. The Bruegel Boys, Proud Front, Patriot Front, they've been, both of those have been found to have committed seditious conspiracy. Like, they had a conspiracy that they enacted.
When is that
to overthrow the government.
What time period were those identified in, and under what presidency?
Trump.
The majority of that was actually under Trump was when that happened?
Yeah, the seditious conspiracy was January 6th and all that. Proud Front, Patriot Boys.
Okay. So, I mean, again, is when that was prosecuted, whenever that was actually came to fruition in courts, was that Trump in office?
No, but do you really think that was twisted during Biden to make it look like they were right-wingers? Because they will still tell you they're right-wingers today. In fact, they're part of ICE now.
Undoubtedly, but what I'm saying is the verdict, just as you're saying, hey, these people are unrightfully being called terrorists. I mean, that's obviously a politically decided verdict. I mean, there's plenty to talk about January 6th. I don't think the entirety of what happened on January 6th was a good thing, but I do think that there is examples elsewhere that are 40,000 times more extreme. I think that the anti-Trump political left had their thumb on the 99% of that case.
Well, the trial proved that these people had written plans to overthrow the government.
Okay, which again, every single person who was involved in that in January 6th, the entirety of that, is that one person doing that? Was that one person with plans to overthrow the government? Was that a...
No, there were two groups.
Identifiable... The entire group that was present there actually part of that, there's
Now,
There's
like
too much.
Enrique Tarrio, do you know who that is?
Yep.
Yeah, he's a leader of the Proud Boys. He
Absolutely.
absolutely was found with like a Discord, with all sorts of communications, with plans to actually overthrow the election and stop certification and all that stuff. You absolutely should be thrown in prison forever if you try to overthrow the will of 81 million people. I absolutely think, I don't think anybody should have qualms with that.
I mean, the only qualms I have with that is the distinct, like, written Second Amendment, which I like. That's always going to be squashed down. But I mean, the argument is that a tyrannical government? I wouldn't argue that at all. But I mean, at what point do we have the actual opportunity to be able to take arms against a tyrannical government? Is always my question.
That's nowhere in the
And
Constitution or
I
the
don't
Federalist Papers. That's nobody actually believes that on the left. Nobody actually believes that in the courts. No Supreme Court decision has said that the right to bear arms is a personal protection thing. Like if that was
Okay, well-
legislated somewhere in our laws, right? Like you would say you would have protections under the government somehow to overthrow them. Like how does that work?
Well, and my entire argument too is, okay, when this was written, what was the entire point of identifying, like, right to protection of oneself? But that's semi-obvious. That's a lot more prudent, like, today, obviously. We're in much more highly densely populated areas where that makes sense. But why would that be written as the Second Amendment, the second thing even put in there? The tyrannical government aspect of that is my entire understanding.
It's not
of
in
just
there.
the
Tyrannical
motivator
government's
driver.
not in that amendment. That's the words tyrannical government is nowhere in that amendment.
I mean, well, I would say implying the implication of free state is kind of the implication. Obviously, tyrannical government's not exactly that, but the implication of stating free state on that, it wouldn't be. That's not implying self-defense against individuals, would it be?
I don't know where it says free state either. It basically just says that a well-regulated
militia being to the security of a free state.
Yeah, so again, that's a long stretch from
Would that
like
imply
saying that
self-defense?
you have the right. Like, if you say that you have the right to
But
unalive a
what would that
police
be used
officer,
against?
do you have the right to
What would
unalive
that
a
be
police
used against?
officer if they're doing something you deem tyrannical?
I mean, I would want you to have the right. Like, see the Trump administration, I mean, rockets down authoritarian, starts, I mean, mass killing people in the streets, starts using the military directly to start executing, political adversaries. I would want for you to have the right to be able to maintain a free state against any force that would make it not a free state. The implication directly, I mean, what's a well-regulated militia, that's kind of been thrown out the fucking window. But again, that implication's always going to be a tyrannical government. Like, America came from a tyrannical government. America came from a government that obviously there's a lot of qualms about taking people's firearms and their capabilities of standing up against said tyrannical government.
I don't think we have a Ice Cube's chance in hell to overthrow anything when it comes to like military versus civilian, and I think this is just a wet dream that's perpetuated by the right. This is not something you have protections for.
But I would say that constitutes the reason of why you should always have arms that are adequate enough to actually defend against said thing.
Should we
like
have
the individual shouldn't be stripped.
So, do you think an individual
I mean,
should have nukes?
I would argue, sure, bro, sure. Or the government shouldn't have the capabilities to nuke its own populace, which we 100% do we not?
So,
could that be used against its own populace?
You understand the implications of like civilians having nukes, right? Like, have you
sure,
heard of the outbreak? Have you heard about the the outbreak of enriched uranium in? There was uranium called TZ like 1315 or something that got spread throughout Brazil, and it was roughly the size of like 2 tuna cans worth of enriched uranium. It created such mass chaos widespread.
Sure.
It went downstream in a river. It corrupted people's water systems. There were dozens of people who died, but even more, hundreds of people had to be quarantined forever. And
Yeah.
this is an obvious reason why we shouldn't have nukes, but you understand the implications of the government not having nukes. Like, we would probably already
Absolutely.
be cornered.
How does the populace prevent the government from using nukes against the populace?
I don't think you can. That's already gone out the window.
Sorry. What was that one?
I don't think you can. Can you name a way we can
I
stop
think
the
you
government
can,
from
and it's
launching
by
nukes?
the vast majority having, I would say necessarily equivalent arms, effective arms, to be able to not necessarily overthrow the government, to be able to defend the right of maintaining the free state. I mean, there's no other like, you can't.
Do you believe that Alex
can't
Peretti
set
should have had a
law.
gun?
I think everyone should have a gun. I think every single soul should have a gun. And if you truly in the moment believe that, your individual free rights are being removed from you by someone in a governmental position, your life is being threatened, I absolutely believe that you should have the capabilities of equally threatening said life. I mean, again, hey, that could be determined post-mortem for sure.
So you have a
System
huge
that would,
you have a huge disagreement with how Trump protected those people from unaliving somebody simply for holding a gun in their back holster.
I mean, hey, I do believe the entire scenario is probably a unfolding of high chaos, miscommunication, and a gun being involved. Like, that is the legitimate risk of having a gun being involved, and that is a risk. If you were to take a gun to a situation like that, that is what you are signing up for, said risk. Because just as I do believe too, I mean, if there was a cop on the ground and people are trying to stop him from killing a bunch of people, and you see that gun slide out, or if that gun were to just fire, or is an accidental discharge, and everyone who's deciding this person who is a threat, well, obviously I'm going to point my gun at them and shoot them, because I believe through miscommunication, I think they're trying to kill me. I mean, either party can be just as easily viable. That's just the pure threat.
Right. But you admit in that scenario there was a mishap and we were stopped from investigating it, yada yada yada. I just think that we're a long stretch from being able to defend the fact that having a pew pew is for reactionary policy for the government enacting things that you don't like, because Trump is the guy putting military in the streets in most cities that he doesn't like. Sure. He is doing that, and you guys are cheering for a military state.
It is, I would say, like, there's an equal response. Like, say, like, there is true legitimate terrorist actors inside the United States, like actual full-on terrorist cells, AK-47s, bombs, they're here. Of course, we should reserve the right to be able to militarize within our own state. How do you keep that in check? How do you make sure it's not going too far? If the government has no threat of overstepping its boundary, it's always going to overstep the boundary. The only way to maintain the free state is by the populace being well armed and going, I have the ability to kill you no matter what law exists in front of me. A law is fake, essentially.
But you don't actually have that. You don't have that protection. Like, if you kill somebody, you are immediately arrested or killed.
I don't need the protection if I have a gun. Again, law goes out the window when tyranny steps in, because tyranny creates the law.
Like, as someone commented, said that each state has a national guard. So, like, just how we determined that Trump doesn't have the right to impose the use of national guard against the state's will, I think that is sufficient enough for us to say that that would ensure our freedoms from a tyrannical federal government.
Okay, but what if the National Guard's using against the state? How, like, at what point
the federal government
do you, because it's happening, okay, what if the federal government is going against you personally as well? Like again, these are established things that you're just hoping are going to operate well
in what scenario
law.
Do you think
how do you ensure that it does?
A civilian militia is going to stand up to the federal and state government militia?
I would say that the state and federal militia are composed of civilians. And if they're going against the civilians, how long does that? Do you think that just the mass people of the military are going to salute and say, "Yeah, I don't mind executing my neighbor, my friends, and my family"?
We've seen it already.
At the end of the day, these are people who are detached from the people that are actually having to do the work, and those people are being held on by a literal thread. They're getting paid. Their college is getting paid for, and that's it.
One thing that I will say is Trump has, and he put it in his plans in Project 47 or Agenda 47, that he wants to fire all left-wing Democrats from the military. What kind of dynamic do you think that creates? Do you think it's going to create a dynamic where these people are going to go, wait, these are my neighbors? Or do you think it's going to be a military that, convinced by Trump that all of these people are radicalized, pro-LGBTQIA, immigration? Do you really think that these people are going to hesitate when he says go kill them? Because we've seen they have been encouraged to be this way.
I do, because the Conservative Party is the number one party of anti-big government. I think everyone forgets that. The basis in base moral.
They say
well,
that.
Of course. Well, the people that are the people that are in office, of course, aren't anti-big government because they are big government. The populace, generally, you get out of
what
the
part
city,
of a military
rural
state
area.
is small government? What part of abortion access being removed is small government? What part of Trump writing executive orders to target law firms and schools that don't bend to his political will? Small government.
Well, and that's the argument that I have to have, my fellow conservatives, is this is good for me policy, but we're forgetting that, hey, this is us actually we're increasing the power of the federal government, which you only like happening whenever it benefits you, but that's every side. At least the conservative side still is vocal about that. That is a opinion that can be swayed. You go, okay, yeah, we are overstepping bounds, that it is benefiting me.
I think Trump has manufactured consent from y'all.
Picture.
I think he's manufactured consent from y'all, and he's told y'all a lot of lies, especially about immigration, especially about LGBTQ stuff. How they're coming for the kids. I feel like this justifies, and he learned this from his friends in Hungary and all of the other people he's friends with that are dictators. He is friends with and has tried to get dictators reinstalled places. He's currently working right now to get the Honduran dictator back in office that he pardoned for sending 400 tons of cocaine into the United States. Same thing with Hungary. Hungary had an autocrat named Viktor Orban, Trump's very good friend. He's been in charge of Hungary for 16 years, and he did the exact same thing. Trump is just using his playbook, trying to make enemies out of people who are gay and making it illegal to be gay, illegal to have pride, all of this stuff, all the parades. He's also taken over all of the news stations of that country. That's what Trump's doing right now. He's harassing. He's got a lawsuit right now from ABC because he's harassing them about comedians making jokes.
It sounds like they're taking a literal page directly out of the postmodernist and Democrat move across the board. I mean, I don't know how. I mean, I can at least speak and recognize things like that and say, I know why Trump is doing this and I disagree with it, but I do believe you lack the capabilities of just seeing the hypocrisy of the exact to the T same thing is happening on the other side.
Can you tell us where we've done this in the past, to the left?
Okay, so the capturing of media, first and foremost, blatantly, extremely obvious. I would say 95% of media at some point was left-leaning.
That's not true, actually.
95% of media was left-leaning? Okay, how many news stations are historically left-leaning news stations versus right-leaning news stations still to this day?
The biggest news station in the world, I believe, is Fox. They are far right.
Okay.
Newsmax,
sure.
OAN.
Okay, that's one.
CNN also purchased by a Republican recently. MSNBC
was originally, CNN was kind of originally more right-leaning. I do agree with that. So that kind of proves even more to the point that they became left-leaning. So the left capturing of right media. So that eliminated from 2 right-leaning medias to 1.
Now they're Republican. They're Republican owned. I think that they're probably just manufactured, what do they call it? Just opposition.
They're Winstock. They're
fake
Winstock.
opposition.
They're going to go whoever owns them. I agree.
Yeah, so I don't think you have a case to make that the left owned any bigger part of the media than the right. I think the right is actually, even since like the 70s, has owned most of the media. Rupert Murdoch owns most of the media in the world. He is
Yeah.
doing this to other countries too.
Well, pretty amazing that 95% of, oh, and also talking from the transition of legacy media, which legacy media obviously is waning down to nothing, into the biggest form of media that will ever exist, and that's going to social media. And there's no argument in which I would say that is 1,000 times more ideologically capturing is social media. Whoever is running
social
Facebook,
media is also 80% conservative. You can look at the conservative accounts and the conservative metrics for the views. It's 80% conservative.
well, and I would say that leans on which side is kind of getting the social dominance. Obviously, we're at a very hard right side right now. You go back and flip it to the anti-Trump and getting into the pro-Biden era, and those numbers were extremely flipped. You know, conservatives take a step back. Anyone in your political party, you're going to take a step back.
Fox was still the biggest news group during Biden. Like, I don't think y'all actually have a
Sure,
case.
I mean,
I think you've been
they will always
told
be.
this. I think you've been told this to manufacture the consent of Trump doing things to stifle the media, but I don't think it's true.
100% have it. It's just looking at it objectively with my eyes and seeing that at one point, not even with having a social media feed that is going to be higher conservative social media feed, 95% of all media I saw pumped out was left-leaning across the board. And that's movies, music, every single form of something that you would consume was left-leaning at some point.
I don't know. I think that you guys have been taught
movies coming
I think
out.
you've been taught that that to be like hypersensitive to seeing a gay person in a movie and stuff. That's not left leaning. That's just like people in the arts being in the arts.
Well, in arts are 99% liberal minded. Like there's no argument to even say that the arts are conservative.
I think that conservatives are people who damn the arts, they damn higher education, they're anti-science, anti-intellectual movement.
Well, because they're all ideologically captured by the opposing view.
I don't think so. I don't think they captured anything.
You're saying that colleges aren't ideologically captured by any means?
No.
Name a conservative college.
So I would say that liberalism is a product of a higher education. It's not a product of a doctrine.
I would extremely argue the opposite. I mean, you could say that the doctrine is liberalism. I mean, how it's not, you're equating, once people get higher education, then they become somehow elevated in mind, and that's how they come up with liberal ideals.
It's literally true.
But it's
70% of people who graduate college tend to turn liberal. And it's just because they learn history. They learn that like things that Trump is doing is just echoed throughout history. Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying in colleges they're learning to be anti-Trump, and that's not ideological capture?
No, I don't think that they were gone around to by some secret organization and said, you need to teach people to hate Trump. I think that if you just simply learn history and learn economics and you think critically, no person would ever vote Republican ever. But if you were to just look at the numbers through the lens of like data, you would never vote Republican ever.
Okay, well, let's look at the literal makeup of the top 100 colleges, who runs them, and what political ideology the staff is.
Yeah, I know.
Because I guarantee you, if that was conservative, you would be making the argument that, colleges are just conservative echo chambers.
So, yes, I would say like A&M, they've had to make policies to stifle any movement of like learning what genders are so that you guys can perpetuate the the anti-gender like cultural war you're trying to legislate. I think that is like a right-leaning college. There's many instances of that, but in every instance where we exercise free thinking, you do turn liberal. You do learn how to check the facts and say, how do Republicans perform with the debit or the debt or the deficit, or how do they perform with free trade? And you just look at this and you go, oh fuck, that's like a no-brainer. Why would I ever vote conservative? That's why people come out of college leaning liberal.
Yeah, that is very, very, very convenient. to be placing. I mean, I would say if you're going into college and you're expecting that the people that are teaching you are the holders of information, you absorb said information. Those people who are teaching have the ultimate ability to ideologically sway any person. And honestly, I would say like you should expect post-college pure open mind. And if you're going, oh, I classify myself as a liberal, you're not a very open-minded person because you most likely have a genuine mix of conservative and liberal ideals, as most people do.
Can you tell me of like
But
a thing that
subscribing
you would
to
teach in college that is conservative, that's strictly conservative and not
it
liberal?
wouldn't be conservative or liberal would the argument be.
So
There
you don't
should be
have like a
absolutely
thing that we would teach in college that would sway kids to be more liberal, other than maybe like a doctrine like the Bible?
It would be, and I would argue against literally any doctrine being put into college. There shouldn't be any political capture at all in the college level. College should be at the
That's not what I'm asking.
the
though.
end question of everything should be decide for yourself. I'm giving you the tools. You
Yeah, I
decide
know.
for yourself.
That's what
That
college is all about.
obviously
Have you
not
been to
how it is.
college?
I have been to college.
And
And
you
I have
remember like professors telling you,
extremely beyond absolutely, bro, the most vocally anti-Trump people I've ever talked to in my life are college professors.
yeah,
That they will
that
put
doesn't
that
mean that they're
in their
anti-conservative.
actual class.
That just means they're anti-Trump.
Okay, I mean, is that not ideological capture? Do you view that appropriate to be, hey, this is my political opinion, and I'm going to sit, all these people who have to sit in my class and get a grade are going to have to listen to my 30-minute rant of how Trump is bad. Is that not some form of ideological capture?
Sure, I don't
never
even think
in my
that's,
life have sat
I don't even
down
think
and-
that's
and
legal.
had-
I don't even think that's legal.
well, I mean, my God, me and you better start fucking knocking on college doors because we're about to be making a bunch of money.
Can you tell me again, like I'm really stuck on this, can you tell me a thing that we could learn in college that would make you lean conservative? Because it's definitely not going to be economy. It's not going to be economy. That would be, if anybody just had no like reservations about like there being a God or some shit, just learning about the economy, you would never vote Republican. But what would you say we should highlight in college to make them lean conservative?
I don't think there should be anything highlighted to make people lean conservative. I
But
think
if
it
we
should
could,
be,
what would you highlight?
if we could, I mean, I don't believe that it should exist in the first place. How could I make an elected decision of
again,
this would make someone more conservative? Like
this is
even
just
me, like
perfect.
trying to get people to become conservative is like I'm going to lay out the reality of what every person is doing here in politics, and I hope that you would lean onto what I believe. But if you choose not to, like as long as you are properly educated on said topic, I can't disagree with you.
Have you ever read about like in depth about like fascism?
No, and I do believe that it is extremely misused in the context today.
How
And
would
I
you
don't
say
think
that
it's
with
even
an
remotely
unqualified
comparable.
opinion? I would argue that simply just teaching people what fascism is and how it works, and the mechanisms in which like Germany and Mussolini took control of all their people, and
Germans
I think that if you simply just learned that, you wouldn't have to be
Mussolini was the only
espousing.
like verified fascist.
I'm sorry.
I think Mussolini was the only like verified fascist. I think that's like the one
That's not true.
identified actual like the definition of fascism is what Mussolini created himself. Like it is a
Hitler,
one
too.
singular thing. Like
Hitler was fascist too.
I mean, he didn't create fascism. It's not like Hitler took all of his pages of his playbook from
Ground
Mussolini.
zero for fascism
pretty-
was the fascistas or whatever in Italy, but I'm talking about what
Italian
is
word?
fascism. We can actually look at the works of Umberto Eco and we can say, okay, the things that these two fascists political figures had in common are these these things. And we can say this is how it worked.
Okay.
And we can say like people who were invoked with like ultra nationalism were in fact led down
that's
this road.
ultranationalism.
People who gave corporations all of the power. I can talk about like Trump
that's
taking all of these huge
corporatism.
CEOs. Yeah, like all of these huge
Are you
CEOs.
saying-
They're
are
in
you saying,
China
like,
right
this
now.
person has equal. There's equally identifiable things to what something existed in the past, I don't think you can just fully outright equate and say this guy is X if X is an extremely specific, defined thing that was localized to one area. Like, so I would still stand
Again,
on business saying
if you
that is
read,
like, if you want to say authoritarian, if you want to say extreme nationalism, if you want to say, corporate nationalism or corporate authoritarianism, sure, don't misuse the word to say fascist, because you and I both know that's just an extreme buzzword. Like, Nazi's been worn out.
I'm
so
not using it
fucking
as a
hard
buzzword.
that we're now going to use
I'm
fascist.
humbly sitting here telling you that I 100% know Trump's politics are fascist. He is fascist.
Are fascist or fascist adjacent?
Fascist.
So you're saying that it is a one-to-one replicated scale of Mussolini's doctrine.
I would say that it doesn't have like the word Italy in it, and it doesn't have like
So
the
name
exact
one
context.
singular policy that he put out that is a one-to-one direct exact comparison to what Mussolini did.
Sure, like nativism.
Okay. Continue. Is that policy?
Yeah, so like convincing the population that like very few people who are outsiders like are causing you all these problems in the economy and in crime, when in fact it's not real, when in fact the data shows it's not even close to being true.
Okay.
Creating outrage, manufacturing
Like
consent for y'all to do what
98% of
ICE is doing.
societies on planet Earth are fascist, then?
No.
If that's the case, every single society that's ever existed has said, hey, those people who we don't understand are actually the bad people.
No, I'm saying that that's one of 14 tenets, and you put them all together, it's absolutely fascism.
Okay, so would you say so you're saying that there is a one-to-one replication of everything that Mussolini did with Trump, and that's enough to equate to say, yes, Trump is literally exactly fascist. Mussolini fascist.
Yes.
That is what Trump is.
All of the people who are experts on fascism, they've moved out of the country. All of the historical professors, those people, they have gone. They're
Every
gone.
one of them?
A lot of them.
Every person.
A lot of them. They agree. They're being outspoken about it. And I think that you guys, the most of the right would be agree that they like fascism. If I just didn't use the word fascism, if I just said, hey, do you like...
I would say I like nationalism. I like having a solid, one cohesive mind of a country. Sure, absolutely. I don't think there's anything
that's not really a
against that.
tenet of fascism. Like maybe...
But nationalism isn't?
No, ultranationalism is what is defined in fascism.
Sorry, my God, dude. So whenever y'all do it, it's fine and tasteful. Whenever we do it, it's extremist, is what you're saying?
Yeah, like the America First movements. These people just beating their fucking chests, being like America First when we're talking about Ukraine, Russia. But when it's Trump meddling in everyone else's affairs in the world, it's also somehow America First. And, fuck your feelings, like hyper-masculinity.
Trump is extremely against America First. And I think every single one of those people are being called Nazis by the right now. So that doesn't follow up even remotely.
Who is?
Every single person who's America First, which this does originate and really points a finger at Israel. Any right-leaning person who is critical of Israel, which is, I believe, the 100% of the America First crowd, at minimum, is at least raising an eyebrow at Israel. They are being completely, literally trying to just be stomped on by the established
Israel
right.
is also a fascist country. If you Google it, it'll just tell you, yes, Israel is fascist.
Yeah, let's Google, brother. My God.
I'm sorry, you might not be aware, but they have absolutely done all the things Trump is championing here. They've been doing it for tens of years.
I mean, those are the exact aligning things that I disagree with the Trump. Again, like I said from the beginning, I do like the America First side of Trump. I like look at the second go around. Trump was pushing of no more forever wars, no new wars, Middle Eastern conflict. And then, I mean, how far in, bro? We're right into it. I mean, it really did split the right.
Exact right.
Yeah.
Great.
And it split the right. And I am definitely a part of that split, like I said, but I'm not willing to just go, oh, Trump is Nazi now. I I do believe that is just probably capture for the military-industrial complex. That's going to be capture from
Do you want to
the
go through the
extreme
14
deep pockets
tenets?
Israel has. Sure.
Let's go through them. All right. So 14 tenets of fascism. First one's ultranationalism, powerful and continuing nationalism. So fascist regimes tend to make constant use of patriotic logos, mottos, slogans, symbols. Make America great again. Unironically, make Germany great again was the motto back then. All of the paraphernalia. We got people opening Trump stores. We didn't have that for Biden. We didn't have that for anybody else in history. Maybe Reagan, but nobody else has golden statues, bridges, airports, dollar bills, passports, all of these things that we see now with Trump. We have sycophants just trying to get his attention and get his love and acceptance, just like you saw Hitler. Hitler almost came up with none of his own policies, but his people just kept trying to jump and pin the tail on the donkey and try to give him as many cool ideas as they could come up with. All right, disdain for recognition of human rights. So just like Trump said about Jewish people ruining the country, ruining the crime rates and the economy, they actually, no matter what I tell y'all, no matter what we would have tried to tell a German person back then, there's no undoing that. You guys are absolutely convinced that mass undocumented migrants are the biggest problem in this country, and they are just so happen to be like a couple % of the population, just like Jewish people. Same thing with trans people, even though there's like 5 of them in the 500,000 people in the NCAA. This is the biggest thing and on the forefront of everyone's minds. This ties into the third tenet: identification of enemies and scapegoats. So for a unifying cause, you guys are ready to bankrupt, and you guys have bankrupted the country, making ICE bigger than any country's military on Earth, which is pretty parallel to Trump's Gestapo or the Brown Shirts or the SS. He's even tried to use them as his personal security detail. And they've got absolute immunity. All these people committing murders on behalf of the state government, they have no investigations. It's all buried. So supremacy of the military. Trump has dumped trillions of dollars in the military. We've got $1 trillion golden dome going up. He has gutted people's health care and social safety nets and food stamps. He's removed millions, 3.6 million people off of food stamps. Effectively just starving people so that he can make the military bigger. He's also one of very few people in the world, other than Kim Jong-un, who's done a military parade. Rampant sexism, so grab her by the pussy. All of these people who have to defend Trump's case versus E. Jean Carroll when he was found liable for either digitally or phallically penetrating her. This has caused a huge wave of young men and the red pill movement, talking about high quality men and obtaining a high quality woman, and their places in the kitchen, yada 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 yada. Rampant sexism. Controlled mass media. Trump is absolutely using the FCC and the person who wrote the part of the Project 2025 that pertains to the FCC to control how news stations talk about Trump. If they talk bad about Trump, they're being harassed. Their permits for airing their show on our airwaves is being threatened. He's also doing this with all sorts of law firms. He has taken away law firms' abilities to even enter federal buildings because he has personal grievances with them. Yada yada yada. Obsession with national security. We can talk about the border. We can talk about us expanding ICE to $180 billion. Again, bigger than any country's military, and it's to go and kidnap people who are here undocumented. Religion and government are intertwined. Trump has made an anti-Christian bias task force in the federal government. He has absolutely talked about Christian nationalism. Most of his people in his administration talk about Christian nationalism, talk about how this country was founded on Christian principles and all of this shit. And they're putting books and Bibles in schools. They even tried to take $60 million worth of Trump Bibles and put them in Oklahoma schools. In Texas, we've got the 10 Commandments in all of our schools. And then corporate power is protected. That is 9. Trump is absolutely going around right now with all of the biggest CEOs of the biggest industries in the United States, and he's using them to negotiate on our behalf with other countries to change the dynamic of how world trade takes place, mostly in his favor. He has made billions and billions of dollars doing this. Labor power is suppressed. Trump has bragged about firing people who are on strike. He has gutted the NLRB, which is the people who oversee unions, and he has made sure that for the first time in history, there are 2 right-wingers on the head of the NLRB, when it used to be one left, one right. Disdain for intellectuals and arts. He has convinced y'all, just like we had a conversation about, that the higher education centers like colleges are indoctrinating, quote unquote, people into liberalism. And it is absolutely very important for a fascist government to make us very stupid, so that we don't know how to deal with this, how to see through his lies. Obsession with crime and punishment. Trump has, I mean, I don't even need to go into this. He is absolutely using the DOJ as his personal lawyer, and using it literally is headed by his personal lawyer, and he is arresting people for their freedom of speech. Mahmoud Khalil. He is talked about deporting citizens if they break the law. He has brought various indictments to grand juries against his political opponents that have been thrown out instantly because he has tried to weaponize the DOJ against them. Rampant cronyism and corruption. Even in his first term, we have Peter Navarro, George Papadopoulos, Steve Bannon, all these people who are felons going around doing felonious things. Same thing with the 88 indictments against him. He tried to overthrow the election with installing fake slates of electors in 7 swing states. It just has no regard for the law at all. And then we have fraudulent elections. Trump has been screaming out fraudulent elections for 4 years now. 6 years, I guess. And even before these elections happen now, he is talking about how they're fraudulent, and he will absolutely say that every single one of the elections that we win here in the midterms are stolen. He will.
So the main problem that I see with this is you are equating, you're defining a generalized term on a specific law that Mussolini operated on, and saying this generalized term applies now here. And that's not an equal equation even remotely. I mean, again, like the main one that I see, like immediate easy one, is you're saying like sexism laws. So you're saying like sexist rhetoric, or I mean, obviously at this point, sexism is determined by the individual. What you're deeming is actually sexist, versus Mussolini directly prohibiting, well, making laws genuinely around gender to increase the capabilities of the military fighting force. So it's going to have more available men for conscription or just fighting, and mandating that, you know, females obviously are taking X, Y, and Z roles to fulfill that. I don't see, you're saying this is like this and has aspects of this.
It meets all of the criteria, 10 out of 10, each tenant. When we talk about sexism, it's not just the military.
Policy is not a tenet of that. Like you're deeming that fascism is quote unquote sexist policy. That's what fascism has to be. Versus you have to look at what Mussolini directly did. Because you're saying this exact law that he created. Now, for you to fit that criteria, it just has to be a sexist law. It's not what he did or why he did it, or the methodology that he used.
It could just be rhetoric.
You're just saying sexism is what this is, not, oh, this is a genuine authoritarian capture of who works where and how, and there's policy that is actually on males and females on what they can do and they cannot do. You're equating that entire thing to, oh, that's just sexist rhetoric. So therefore, Trump now fits in this box.
It's both.
Do you see where like the logical inconsistency is?
He's doing both sexist rhetoric and sexist legislation. And just think about all of the men on the right who will come up and tell me that I'm feminine, that I'm a soy boy. It is this hard right line idea that you have to be ultra masculine and puff your chest out and beat your fucking chest and be, you know, a muscle guy to be strong, a strong man.
So Trump saw what Mussolini did with electing of who works where so the military could be stronger, and that's why Trump came up with the idea of soy boys and masculinity? Is that what you're claiming upon me right
No,
now?
I'm
And that's
saying
why
this
he's
is
fascist.
prominent in your party, and it is a huge movement and part of your
Okay, a
movement.
cultural
Yes.
prominence is very different than a political leader being
He has
a
added to
type
it.
of authoritarianism that's extremely specific. It's not. I mean, of course, it could add to it, but does it fit the exact description?
Would you say that Obama's sexist and that he created sexist policy? Or Biden?
I wouldn't, because I don't even know what the hell sexist the definition should be at this point, because it's been so mangled. It's so freely used. So what's your definition of sexism?
I think that
For me
you're
to
so
determine that we're talking
entrenched
about the
in
same thing.
sexist ideology that it seems like a nothing burger to you, but it absolutely is. When I see people constantly coming after me for not being masculine enough and not being loud and angry all the time, which is mostly what I hear from the people on the right, it is absolutely a sexist thing. Ask any woman
What I would argue,
in
and
a
I would
room.
never argue that like something is something because of a cultural feeling that I'm feeling towards me off of X, Y, and Z personal experiences. I would argue that this thing exists and is real based off of a specific set of criteria. And I would say sexism is pretty cut and dry, and it's going, I'm writing policy to keep you from doing this because of your gender. That's like exactly equal to like racism, what I would define
So,
racism is.
We could talk
You
about the
are
SAVE Act.
directly.
The SAVE Act,
Okay.
and what it's telling you is they're trying to stop undocumented illegal migrants from voting, when what it's really going to do is stop tens of millions of women from voting. That's what it's going to do. That's what the math says. And it's going to stop
And how is that?
I think it's like 36 people since 1980 who are undocumented try to vote. That's not who they're trying to stop vote. They're trying to stop tens of millions of women from voting.
Okay. And why is it preventing women from voting?
So you have to have a birth certificate that matches your name. So your legal name, if you're married and you're a woman, is usually your husband's last name. So now you're on this basically like a scavenger hunt for all of these items, and the average cost is $165 and a couple weeks of work, multiple days off, and it will stop women from voting to the tune of millions.
You're saying that the SAVE Act is requiring us to bring our birth certificate to the voting booth?
So you have to have a real ID. So if your passport doesn't match your birth certificate, you won't be
real
able
ID
to vote.
is not encompassing on your driver's license?
No.
Like everything's moved to you?
Yeah, that's not. No, yeah, it's not your driver's license anymore.
The real ID that's been released that everyone's already adopted.
Right.
That's
So like
not
every
already encompassing.
there's
So aren't we
I
having
believe
problems
there's
with every single thing else?
there's like 17 states that allow undocumented people to have driver's licenses. So no, it's not sufficient.
Okay, this is where am I to speak? Because I don't know if you're talking about real ID, like was implemented here. I'm in Texas, I believe you're in Texas too. And that real ID was just the star that was added to your driver's license when you renew it. Is that not? I mean,
Again, if your last name doesn't match,
millions of females having problems when they renew their driver's license.
not all states have citizenship on your driver's license. But what I'm saying is, if your last name doesn't match your birth certificate, it's a no-go. You won't be able to vote.
So you can't. So in Texas, when you renew your driver's license as a woman, you haven't updated your birth certificate. You can't get your real ID that you already have.
Correct. All of these things create a scavenger hunt for all of these people, and it will
So they can't?
cause tens of millions to not vote.
Are you saying that like millions of women are unable to renew their driver's license right now?
Correct. Yeah, like
Is
you
that
can't
what's
renew them
happening?
too early. No.
What do you mean too early?
Yeah, like my passport is not due to be renewed until 2028. I can't renew it right now. Can't do it. They won't let you.
Okay, well, again, I don't understand how that's applying to. I'm just genuinely, and I don't know because I know Real ID has already been introduced here. I haven't heard of people having problems of getting their ID because they were married. And I know a lot of people that would pertain to, and I probably would hear about it. And
We're talking about the
pretty big
SAVE
fuss
Act,
about it.
not just Real ID. We're talking about the SAVE Act. They're trying to pass this.
Okay,
It's a
but
voter
you're saying
suppression
like
bill.
that's changing to Real ID, but like already,
It's
just
not
curious
simply
'cause it seems
just
like there
changing to Real
isn't a
ID.
problem.
It's not just simply changing to Real ID. It's not true.
Okay. So what was the point of you bringing up real ID and then equating that directly to you can't get your driver's license if you're
These are
if that doesn't
multiple
match up with your
factors
birth
go
certificate?
into being able to vote. Way more things go into being able to vote if they pass this SAVE Act, and it will stop women from voting. That is inherently sexist because they know their policy
So the real
is
ID
unfavorable to
is
women.
it a factor in that?
70%
real
of this
ID isn't a
country,
factor in that?
69% of this country believes in pro-choice. So it is very bad for Republicans to let women to vote.
Well, again, I'm curious of how that is possible, and genuinely, I might be coming at this like trying to prove you wrong or anything, but I'm just saying, like, from my understanding, the real ID has already been implemented here, and that problem hasn't arose.
No, we still have the SAVE Act. If Real ID is already implemented, what's the SAVE Act do?
Well, you have to have a real ID to vote. I'm assuming like that's what you said, which you're probably more versed in the SAVE Act than I am. Obviously, you're opposing it, but from my understanding, it was just having a verified ID, the state-issued ID, which you have to have. I mean, obviously, you have to be a citizen to get that. So therefore, it would eliminate non-citizens from voting, which I'm surprised that's not a prerequisite to voting in the first place.
It's already a non-issue, so this is just a scare tactic for y'all. That's under the guise of stopping
I would say, like,
non-citizens.
well, I mean, if someone just brought up and said, hey, it's not really an issue, but technically people can vote without having an ID, so we don't have to verify that they're citizens.
It's not true.
Should we just change that to make sure they're citizens? I'd go, sure.
There's not a
I mean,
single
even if it's
state.
not an issue, like,
Every single state, when you register to vote, you check this thing saying, I swear at the threat of a felony that I am not lying, that I am a legal resident of the United States. And if you register and you lie about that, there are months in between you voting and then for they come to scoop you up and threaten to arrest you for years.
are we positive that's pursued properly? Again, like, I mean,
Yes.
I'm not arguing that it is an issue, but it's like, how pursued is that? And why not add one extra layer of protection? And that's like,
because
okay,
it
in
will
order
stop
for you to
tens of
vote,
millions
you
of
have
women
to have
from voting. It will stop tens of millions from voting. That's what they want. They want this so bad to stop women from voting. It's not to stop 30 more people from voting in the next 40 years. Promise you that. Because that's what the what's it called? The Heritage Foundation, the people who back Trump, the Christian nationalist sycophants, they're the ones who did the study and said that there's literally 36 people who were undocumented that tried to vote in the last like 60 years, dude. They're not scared of that. Nobody should be scared of that.
I mean, and also too, okay, I'm not gonna lie, dude, like, I don't think that's like a master plan that you're claiming of, okay, even if this is completely true, which I'm not fully convinced on it, because you're yet to provide an actual feasible part of the SAVE Act that is directly saying that your birth certificate has to line up with this in order for you to get your new ID.
Mm-hmm.
And also too, it's like,
it's 69 million married women.
Every single person would have to get a new ID verified.
No, mostly women.
Before the next voting season.
So 69 million married women won't be able to vote if this law were to pass. Why? Because if they've gotten married and changed their last name, the SAVE Act requires that voters' last name match their birth certificate. That's not the case. So now they got to go do extra
you wouldn't
stuff.
Have real ID. What if I had an ID that was not a real ID? Like, wouldn't I have to update that prior to voting?
No, you don't have to do that until this law passed. No.
Okay, well, I'm saying if that law passed, that the SAVE Act is here, wouldn't I have to also update my ID? Like, wouldn't that be inhibiting every single person in some way from voting? Because then they have to go through. No, but what if, okay, I'm in a state, the SAVE Act then goes in. We're not Texas. They don't have real ID in this state. SAVE Act comes in. I don't have a real ID. I have my normal ID that was not the established real ID that was introduced that Texas now has. Would I not have to then get a new ID?
Real ID doesn't work. This isn't just about real ID. I'm telling you that this is just a matter, even if you have all of the real IDs, if you have 4 real IDs, you have to go get a birth certificate change. You have to go to the tax office. You got to go change it. You got to take a day off from work. You got to wait in line for hours.
Anyway, and is that not like, that's already an established government problem that people run into problems with anyways? Like,
it's not a problem for anybody.
They're trying to cause inconvenience directly to make sure that women don't vote,
Yes.
but it is not that much of an inconvenience. It is kind of something that I would say, I mean, if you probably should do, like, you should update your documentation across the board whenever you get
Nobody
married. It's kind of the
needs to
process.
update their birth certificate at all for any reason other than this. Nobody knows. No, can you name an instance where you have to go update your birth certificate?
Well, I don't know. Is that even possible to update your birth certificate?
Yeah, I think you can. Yeah.
I mean, I understand, like, your ID, your legal name you can change. I mean, I don't know. I mean, again, hey, this is not me, like, trying to pick this apart. I'm just saying I don't see how this is, like, the grand master plan that you're laying out.
Every time more people vote, Republicans lose.
I mean, again, I feel like this is in a way, I can agree, like, non-citizens voting might not be a problem. Like, okay, even if non-citizens were voting, there's not any way to track that, because how do you track it if they're not citizens?
Yes, absolutely.
But
you would bounce their social security number off of their voter registration. If you don't have a social, you can't. You're not a citizen.
I mean, do you see it being possible of the state government not following through with that too? I mean,
we would have the evidence of that.
free reign.
We need positive evidence of that before you start making these accusations, and we don't have that. We have all of the research in the world pointing to like 36 people, man.
Okay.
Hi, Cloud.
And I guess my thing on this too is going to be, like, if you see, like, a concerted effort of bringing in a mass amount of illegal immigrants, undocumented, would an appropriate reaction not be, okay, I don't have verifiable proofs that this was, like, directly done out of just negligence, or if it was nefariously done for political gain? In response, I'm going to make sure that there's an extra step to prevent non-documented immigrants from voting, because we have an identifiable mass immigration that has just happened.
So think about a undocumented migrant, especially right now, but even before Trump. You're here, you're undocumented, and these people commit far less crime per person proportionally to the American citizen. And Cloud, I'm sorry, I don't know why I brought you up, because he can't hear you. I'm sorry, I love you.
Oh no, that's okay. I mean, I can just pass this along just as a reminder that the entire SAVE Act causing people to have to spend money, any amount of money at all, for new papers, new IDs, anything, is considered a poll tax, which is unconstitutional. So, I mean, the conversation should just end right there.
Okay. Yeah. So my other guest just says that this obviously it forces people to spend money. I think the most common dollar amount I see is like $400 or $165, which is a poll tax. So even if it's $2 to vote, that's a poll tax. It's against the Constitution. But
what would it cost the money?
Updating your certificates.
Oh yeah, getting like the court-ordered actual change on that.
I'll hop down because he can't hear me, but yeah,
Which I'm reading on SAVE Act too.
Applying for a new certificate, notaries, things like that. I'll hop down.
Community voter registration drives would be eliminated, which I am not the biggest for that. Obviously I'm not super in with what exactly that is on the birth certificate side, but I would like to see. I'm willing to say, oh yeah, that would cause that people aren't willing to be that. People aren't really willing to be proactive to go out and vote in the first place. If they had any menial roadblock in front of that, I would agree that's actual. We need as minimum roadblocks to voting as possible.
Yeah,
obviously, I do think that we need extremely easy access, but also a very, very solid system to make sure that the people that are voting, it's one vote per person. I'm more than willing to dip into that.
We have a system that catches that.
Yeah, well, I mean,
when they cure your ballot, they assign it to registration.
You have to very, very heavily make sure that is followed through with in every single state. Every single city and then precinct is following through with every one of those things. And it is a hotbed for possibilities. So, I mean, I'm not very for saying, oh, we already have the perfect system. Anyone could identify a million flaws in the system, obviously. I mean,
I really don't think so, dude. I think that, like, the second we start eliminating, when we start eliminating the idea of voter disenfranchisement, like, if we were to say every single person needs a birth certificate to match their ID and the government's going to pay for it, that might be a middle ground, maybe. But in every step of the way, Republicans would never do that, ever.
If there is, I would say that's politics in the first place, brother. I work like elections and stuff. I know I've seen it at the local level very, very in depth, and there is no effort at all to expand voting because the people who vote is the population that every politician knows how to cater to. You know, you throw more hats in the ring,
mail-in
more
ballots.
people you have to ring in. Yeah,
mail-in ballots is something every right-wing politician dislikes because it makes it easier. It makes people more likely to vote. If you can just get mailed a ballot, if it's compulsory, Republicans would hate it. They absolutely would not want everybody to be required to vote, which I think that if we did that, Republicans would never win. The numbers show.
Yeah, I do agree. There's a population difference, but I do think that would force the hand of better quality, politicians. You know, even if it does, it's unfortunate that conservative is really have turned into more of a product of rural America, and for some reason, urban areas lean more liberal, which I do believe that is a pure environmental effect.
Yeah.
And I don't truly believe that every one of those people are making oh, this is exactly what I believe. It's those are the spots that those exact things are highlighting. The politics are going to be pandering to those environments.
So like people who are in rural America who've never seen a gay person or a person of color too often or a trans person, the rhetoric outside of their echo chamber is very knee-jerking. Like look at this trans person, they're coming after your kids. But people in the inner cities, they know a trans person. They've been on the bus with a trans person, and it's an actual non-issue. So they're not really easily swayed with that.
People in the inner city, exactly like you're saying, would look at the normal people in rural America like I know and go, oh, they're all racist and none of them are educated, therefore they're bad people. You know, it's that is the exact same thing.
I think that's literally true.
I would almost say worse.
Right?
Brother, you are directly saying, hey, this group of people have a misconception about this group of people they're not around. And now you are directly saying, oh, but the thing that you're calling a misconception that I just equally equated to, it's actually right for me, but not for you. Do you not see the extreme hypocrisy, what you just immediately said?
Think about all of the rural areas who have underfunded schools and stuff. They are, in fact, not very well educated. They are not exposed to different walks of life, and they're more reactionary to xenophobic messaging. So, yeah, of course, that's an absolute truth.
So you're saying that the underfunded inner cities that are extremely Democrat don't have that aspect to them?
No, inner cities usually have more funding because they have more people funding it.
So your claim is that inner city schools are the high education schools of the state? My argument would be a school out in the country where there's 40 kids attending and the student to teacher ratio is extreme. And they, believe me, I know these school districts are still bringing in $40 million a year to support 40 kids. It's the most hyper-funded school district and highest quality high school education I think that you can get outside of a private school. Is a rule.
Not very diverse.
What does diversity have to do with quality of education?
Because you're able to do xenophobic messaging to those people.
So you're saying that schools are that's the reason that they're undereducated is xenophobic messaging in rural areas, is your claim, and that's why these people are quote unquote uneducated?
No, I'm saying that
I
they're.
would argue that the college admission rate in small town rural America is 40 times higher than inner city low income
Do you have
per
data on
capita.
that?
I mean, pull the data. That genuinely pull the data. But I know a extreme amount of people in small schools that go to college. There's a massive population of school America going to college.
It's anecdotal. So, like in the inner cities where there's more people
Sure.
pitching into the pot that have programs to send your kid to school, and then you have people who vote red in rural areas who don't want to pay any taxes. They're all for gutting every type of tax that they have to pay, and you get paid per
Because
head
each-
in a classroom. So, like in
Each
Texas,
dollar weighs more.
so in Texas, it's $8,000 per head. So if you have a school of 200
Mhm.
kids, you're absolutely underfunded, and the diversity is probably very.
You're
minimal.
underfunded by the state, but the county and city taxes that you bring in are extremely
By all
disproportionate or
20 people.
over proportional per capita. You're looking at towns that are 3,000 people with 20 students in the school.
Do you
Again,
think that
those
there's more
schools are bringing in
racism
like
in
$30
small
million
towns? Do you think there's more racism in
there's
small
more what?
towns or in big cities?
I would say big cities by very far.
How do you say that? What makes people in big cities more
Because
racist?
I mean, would you argue that someone who encounters another culture or race directly every day and then decides, I don't like that group of people, is more of a genuine racist than someone who's sitting in a rural community watching Facebook of
I'm not
an
talking
ethnic
about.
group destroying a McDonald's? Is that person more? Which one is more racist?
I'm not talking about who's
'Cause if
more
you want to talk about
racist.
racism,
I'm
let's
saying
look
what
at like
creates more racism.
against the Asian community.
I would say like what creates more racism. So like people in rural areas in a echo chamber who have nothing but the people they see at Discount Tire and the dollar store and Walmart or whatever. They might have very few people that are unlike themselves that they encounter, but in a city, you encounter people that are different from you all the time, much more likely to be exposed to different
And those
walks of
people
life.
become racist.
But
those people become extremely racist. I
okay,
don't know what
but
your argument
I would
is
say
here.
that few might still become racist,
Ask
but I
the
would say a
Asian community how
hotbed
they
for
feel about
xenophobia
racism.
and racism is rural areas, and it's literally a
I
stereotype.
mean, I don't know how well versed you are in the South, man. I mean, I've literally worked through every state in the South. It is a pretty diverse area. It is an extremely diverse area, and like the number one hot topic of racism is obviously African American. The highest population of African Americans in the South, and it's in rural South.
Yeah, I know,
mean, you
because
go
they
to
were-
Mississippi, you go to Louisiana, you go to Arkansas. Like that is, you have rural communities that are 90-10 differences of
Listen,
of African American to white.
The reason they're there is because during slavery, these people were on plantations, and when those plantations ceased to exist, they didn't have money to move to California, so they just stayed there. It hasn't been that long.
And the
so
white
the
people
families
that are
who also
alongside them are the
engaged
least
in
racist
racism
people I've
are
ever
still
encountered.
there.
Sure, and the white people that are working there, they work in the exact same jobs as African American people, are the least racist people I've ever encountered in my life because they're genuinely working alongside people from another race that are in the exact same situation as them. So it's, I mean, my main argument of racism, it's not a, oh, I don't like that skin color. It is, this is someone who has a complete different cultural identity to me. So someone's going to be more adverse to a culture than just a pigment of skin, obviously. So I would say cultural racism definitely exists, but you participate in that. I participate in that. Anyone who claims themselves to be an extreme liberal anti-racist participates in cultural racism. The true heart of where that comes from is that person thinks different. I don't like them. And you've already highlighted that by pointing at rural South and going,
it's called xenophobia.
Okay, then call it xenophobia. Well, okay, then the majority of people are xenophobic and not racist. Like I can't even recall a genuine example of racism.
I have a map up right now, and it literally looks like the belts where they had black people doing slavery, where they were brought and trickled out throughout the South. The hotbed has far more racism than the West, than California, and all of that.
Okay, and how, as we've already established, that overlap of xenophobia and racism, How are you identifying that these people are genuinely saying this skin color race of humans is the reason I
lost you. Hello? Wow. Researchers looked at searches containing the
right?
N-word for this.
Okay. And I mean, I don't even remotely. How is that pertain to only skin color? Explain that.
If you're searching and using the N-word, you're probably more likely to
Mhm.
be racist than not. Can't remember the last time I did that.
More like, sure, okay, I would argue more likely, but again, the distinction that you need to make here is the hate, the identified thing that is bad here is the hate. Is that a cultural hate, or is that a hate? Because I don't know what your definition of racism is. My definition of racism is genuine, like genetic makeup versus genetic makeup, and to me,
It's definitely
it's like
not.
maybe that's the identifier. That might be the identifier, but like where any form of hate ever originates from is a cultural difference every single time.
Okay, that's just xenophobia. When we talk about racism, we're talking about people judging based on the color of their skin or the racial group that they're a part of. So, like in Texas, it is very xenophobic for the governor to proudly stifle the efforts of Muslim communities to like build centers and to have Muslim-only events. He has done things very blatantly to like pull funding from cities to stop them from being able to do like outdoor water park events and stuff. And we have like racist or xenophobic Christians cheering this on very proudly. Would this have happened in California? Absolutely fucking not.
Yeah, but it does happen with California, and it's towards conservatives. Like again, is xenophobia not equal towards conservative minds, rural America, white people? Like you could equate this directly to white people. I mean, my God, is there not endless rhetoric being spouted going, I mean, what's the famous quote? America's number one problem is what? White nationalists? I mean, the emphasis on the word
data.
white there.
Yeah, it's just data. There's data to prove that.
That's America's number one problem. You can genuinely say that the number one problem that we have is white nationalists. Data provides you evidence for that.
Yes, so when you look at the ADL has a map that you can look at. It has every single crime committed, domestic terrorism done by right-wing people.
Okay, so the ADL, how many liberals are on the ADL? How many pro-Palestinians are on the ADL's list?
So they're tracked left and right. They track this left and right.
I know. I'm just saying. Hey, man. I would say that are those people being considered white nationalists, the pro-Palestinian, anti-Israel crowd? Because ADL is obviously extremely.
They actually determined that Islamic terrorism kind of has its own place in these graphs. It's like 20% liberals.
Separate. So you can't. So it only includes conservatives.
So 70% conservative, 10% Muslim, 10% other, 20% liberals or left.
Okay, and is anti-white racism included on that?
Anti-white. I don't think can you name a crime where anti-white racism has happened?
Yeah, I mean, I literally can name probably thousands, man. Like, are you saying that there's been no instance of any form of racially, let's talk about skin color, racially motivated crime that was directly, because you would equate that the quote unquote xenophobia side, just because it's a race against another race, that constitutes as racism. That hasn't
xenophobia
existed
is
from
being scared of
anyone against a white person.
Xenophobia is being scared of outsiders. So, like, if 60% of America is white, it automatically can't be racist towards white people.
So what if you're in a black community?
So racism says
a white person would be an outsider.
Right. Racism requires that you're using the system as well. So, like, there's prejudice and then there's racism. So racism requires you to use
the definition was changed.
Yeah, so racism requires you to use like the government and people in power and use that
I see.
against the
So only
against the
white
group.
people
So
can do it.
correct. So look at all of the presidents who are
Mhm.
white. Look at all the people
Yeah.
in Congress who are white. Look at all the people
forgot
being
about
arrested
that.
wrongfully for crimes. 50% higher exoneration people
Yeah.
rate for black people. There's no instances
Mhm.
where white people are being over policed and over sentenced and over pulled over more frequently than black, because black people don't necessarily have a hold of like an entire police department anywhere, but that absolutely is the case mostly across America.
Anywhere?
Can you name a place?
Okay, well, look at Mississippi, brother. Look at Mississippi. Look at fucking Jackson, Mississippi.
Do
Look at
white people
the
get higher
entire.
prison sentences in Mississippi? No.
I would say that if you're talking with the majority of racial demographic in Jackson, Mississippi, that gets arrested, I mean, it's the same argument of, do white people get more, not even per capita, obviously, which I do care about per capita, but just across the board, we're talking white people get more arrested than black people. More white people have been shot by police officers than black
Where?
people. In the United States as a whole.
That's not true.
You're
White on
saying
white crime
that
is
there
just
are
as
more-
prominent as black on black. There's no crossover. It's mostly homogenous.
So you're saying that I mean, hey, let's talk in obviousness here. If you're living in a majority white community, the violent crime against whoever you're committing that against is probably going to be within your own community.
Right.
Not a lot of crossover there. That's across the board.
So you're gonna have a hard case making the fact that there's like anti-white racism crime happening.
I would say that there's not a hard case even remotely to identify anti-white racism, brother. Again, convenient for you, you can change the definition of racism. I'm saying that you have to have a social societal power in order to actually be racist.
Mm-hmm.
Very convenient. I would argue, okay, then can we create a new term that is just judging someone off of the genetic makeup, which is prejudice? So do y'all not care about prejudice at all?
Prejudice is a thing.
Okay, and
that's already a word.
Fine?
You can use that.
Okay. So why is it okay to be prejudiced against white people? Why is that permissible?
I don't think it's permissible, but it's not exactly a problem we have in the United States. Like, you can make a case for the fact that it might be like speckled into the crime statistics somewhere, but it's not something we need to address. But when we talk about the top 15 most prominent violent crimes or domestic terrorist groups in the United States, the FBI released this thing, and its top 15 are all white supremacist, anti-abortion, far-right groups, and the first instance of leftist terrorist group is PETA. Okay?
Well, again, we're playing like a definitional game. Let's go like dollar for dollar on conservative extremists versus liberal extremists when it comes to property damage or rioting or violent riots or...
Mm-hmm. We have all that data. And
population difference. So you're saying that conservatives have caused more property damage than, I would even say liberal, left extremism riots have.
Yeah, so like even during the George
number one event of property damage.
So like during the George Floyd riots, the person who I think he shot and killed an officer and set the police station on fire was a part of the Boogaloo Boys. That is a white supremacist movement.
Okay, so that's one thing. Let's talk about, is it even quantifiable to look at the amount of property damage that was done as a whole during the George Floyd riot? So you labeled one singular building and one singular murder.
Okay, can you name one that we did?
I'm willing to not even look that up. Huh?
Can you name one that like leftists did?
The entire city burnings that was existing.
You got to name a building. Like
maybe
you're alluding to this like picture that didn't happen.
Okay, so just because I don't have the exact same thing, you're just conveniently saying, oh, well, it doesn't exist because I don't have the exact building to label that it was burned down.
You're gonna point out like 1, 2. You're gonna point out 1, 2, 3 buildings maybe tops that maybe have been burned, and I would just say that a lot of this was not exactly like
Rebuilding.
liberal extreme ideology. It was like people are tired of police brutality. I don't think that's a far left thing. Far left is communism, where they want to feed and house everybody.
I mean, okay, then what political general ideology would you equate that group to?
The people who are opportunists, when these things get out of control, that is something that's horrible. But like, think about the No Kings protests, the largest protests in history. Almost all have taken place under Trump. The last No Kings protest, 0 violence, 0 destruction, all peaceful.
Congratulations. My God, I mean, label a single conservative protest that was, hey, January 6th. I'm not against government buildings. What conservative protest is equal to burning 1,000 buildings?
1,000? I think you might have less than 10 easily, maybe even just 2.
I mean, dude, I'm looking at a quick Google search. More than 1,000 buildings were burned or damaged in Minneapolis in the days after George Floyd's murder. And that's just
so
in
1,000 buildings. Like, we can talk about like a few window panes. If you want to go dollar for dollar, maybe. Charlottesville.
I mean, brother, what's the equivalent? What is the equivalent to that? Charlottesville's the equivalent, is what you're saying? Charlottesville's the equivalent to.
Sure.
I mean, how many hundreds of millions of dollars of damage, an entire city being free range, just anarchy. And you can't argue that wasn't started and produced by a liberal set of protests.
Under Trump, by the way. But I would just say Trump is the master of making these things worse. So if we had somebody in power who wasn't so divisive, we wouldn't have such an uprise against him all the time.
So, I mean, but what if it does happen and someone's not divisive? How do you stop it? You just let it happen?
No, you arrest these people. I think that if Joe Biden went around and
like
pardoning all of these people,
like
if Joe Biden went around and pardoned all of the people from George Floyd, you might have a case. But Trump absolutely did that.
Well, but I would say that there's a lot of political misplay here. And the direct attack upon these people. Do I agree that like these people should be outright completely pardoned? No. And should you have some type of legal consequence for raiding a federal building? Yeah. But can you make an argument that was as heavy-handed as possible and quickly acted upon for the exact political means? I think there's plenty of an argument there.
I think when you beat
and if that's
cops
the case, then how do we determine what was right and what was wrong?
I think that every case you can say January 6th is bad, and that Trump has encouraged this type of acting on the behalf of the right people, saying that these people, this is state sponsored. Like, we like this.
Why doesn't it happen again?
Well,
why aren't conservatives burning down, every single abortion clinic in the state?
They don't have to, because they have Trump doing this now. They have ICE doing this now.
Well, yeah, sure. Again, but you're saying that this is encouraged and this is like favorable. Why hasn't it happened again? Versus if you at liberal sides, it's almost at every drop of a penny at some point. George Floyd is the peak of it, but I mean, people were out protesting and ransacking the country. I mean, I would argue that was heavily smiled upon and favorable towards liberal politicians. They weren't really causing too much of a ruckus about buildings being caught on fire and people throwing bricks through windows.
Again,
which
a lot of these people were opportunists, and none of us went around pardoning them.
Can go back to rebuilding the federal building. I feel bad for how we permitting individual private store owners getting their shit ransacked. I mean,
at every point, liberals have denounced violence, and it just doesn't work when both sides don't do it. Trump. This is like a wet dream for Trump. Trump loves it. He wants his politicians to love it. He wants y'all to love it. He's convinced y'all that his state-sanctioned violence towards Peretti and Renee Good and whatever else he does is good. So you guys don't feel the need to protest right now. You don't feel it because Trump is doing it for you.
Well, why didn't we do it during Biden?
Because Biden was not a divisive leader.
I mean, I don't know about that, brother. I don't know about that.
What's the most divisive thing Biden did?
Labeling that white nationalists are the biggest problem that America has.
That's just an FBI statistic.
I mean, say if black extremism came out tomorrow, that's the biggest problem that America has, and Trump spouts it at the top of his lungs, is your reaction going to be going, oh, that's just an FBI statistic?
No, I would denounce it, but we're not doing that, so I don't have to.
Okay. But okay, if it did happen, why would you denounce it? That's my entire point here, man.
I am denouncing it. We denounce it at every turn.
Who say that? That's like if Trump came up and said, the majority of violent crime is by African Americans, which I understand the nuance behind that. I think that's like a very sly statistic to throw out. People use it very specifically, and I think it's used for wrong means. But Trump could just come out and say that and go, hey, that's just the statistics. Would you go, oh, yeah, sorry, that's just the statistics, guys. That's actually not radicalizing a populace.
So if we historically oppressed a certain group of people and caused them to not have generational wealth and have generational trauma, and we redlined them, and then we fired every single one of them in the government, you might have a point, but that's what Trump's doing. And
okay,
so I just don't think that it's going to be well
for you.
received.
It's not y'all can do it, we can't.
No, we're not doing it. There's no equivalent of us doing that. Trump is doing it right now.
There's no equivalent of anti-white rhetoric being spouted by the highest form of office holder in the United States.
Now, I think that people are immune to it. So, stochastic terrorism works mostly when you're talking about minority groups. But when you have, herd immunity, when most of the country is white, nobody is going to feel unsafe saying that white people are the biggest perpetrators of crime, because numerically we are.
I'm not arguing who feels unsafe. I'm arguing if it would radicalize people. So if I'm, little Timmy Jr. that doesn't know anything, and I hear my great president standing up and saying, white nationalism is the biggest problem in America, I'm going to go,
Well, it's causing literal people to die. It's causing literal people to die. We should be able to tell people about it. Yeah. It's people doing violence on behalf of the words Trump says.
Okay, and if people took that and did violence on the words of what Joe Biden said, and it's directly proposed that because it's white, that's not an equal. I mean, how is there not? You're saying this will radicalize people.
Yes, I can say with the biggest microphone in the world that white people are, white supremacists are the biggest violent domestic terrorist in this country, and we need to check ourselves. As a white person, I can say that. I don't think that somebody's going to face violence because of that. I think that we need to check ourselves. But if it were the opposite, in 60% of this country were black, and black people were doing all of this stuff to do xenophobic things and spray people with a gun with the word cracker on it in a Buffalo Walmart, or if people were found lynched on trees, then it would be absolutely up to the people in power and with all the privilege to check themselves.
I mean, my argument that race has absolutely nothing to do with it at this point. I mean, there's only a cultural divide, flat out. And the only thing that, saying white nationalism, not, this is the extreme form of conservatism. So, it's not just the exact thing that those people are doing that is bad is not locked to a specific race, even in the slightest. I mean, you can see there's plenty of conservative extremists that aren't white. Highlighting race in this day and age is doing nothing but regressing racial talks. The only solution to stop race division is by stopping the division of race. And I fail to contemplate how, your entire side is justified doing the exact same mannerisms, the exact same actions, the exact same things that at one point we could all identify this is bad because you shouldn't judge a group off of a skin tone. So that's pretty animalistic thinking and tribalistic thinking. And you're turning that wheel backwards and saying, well, no, it's justified by us.
Listen,
because we have historical context to do it.
Nobody is coming up on my platform talking about how we need to get rid of white people and we need to preserve the culture of America. I have nothing but conservatives coming up on my platform. If you listen to my channel for more than just a few minutes, you will see a literal Nazi come up. You'll see somebody talking about preserving the whiteness of America. We have loud voices that are endorsed by the Trump administration that are doing this. AFPAC is a thing. All of these actual white nationalist group like Patriot Front, the Boogaloo Boys, and the Proud Boys, they're actual white supremacist movements that are literally doing things based off of skin color. So for you to tell me that we need to stop focusing on that is silly. You need to tell your own people. The Liberal Party in America is the most diverse party out of the two, by far. We live with each other. We all accept the same ideas that the paradox of tolerance is a thing we need to adhere to, that intolerance of the intolerant is something we need to keep pushing.
It's eye for an eye is what you're propagating, which is since the beginning of time evil.
Okay,
I mean, you're literally propagating the idea is it's bad for you to do it, but it's okay for me to do it. And it's not even okay for me to do it because you did it to me directly. It's okay for me to do it because you did it to people who looked like me historically, which is like the worst form of that I could possibly imagine. Like, you are exactly what you're saying and propagating is the fast track to violence of a population against another population. There's no feasible way that you can justify doing that. There's no historical context that would justify doing that. You're identified what is bad, and you're justified doing that exact same bad thing back to people who you deem being bad.
What am I justifying
have to do
here?
it.
I'm saying that we should denounce supremacy based on race. None of our party is out here saying that there needs to be
intolerant to the intolerant.
Yes, we need to be intolerant of the KKK, intolerant of Nazis, intolerant of
who are you identifying as the intolerant? Who are you? That is the main qualifier here.
Yes, people who are self-proclaimed white supremacists.
The definition of racism has changed.
Self-proclaimed white supremacists.
The definition of racism has changed. White supremacist is thrown around very loose. I'm not saying you're saying every single person who's being labeled a white supremacist by every Joe Blow walking down the street is a self-proclaimed white supremacist.
No, I'm saying that people come up here saying white supremacist things or white supremacists.
So are you against the people on your side that would look at me having average conservative views and going, oh, you're just a white supremacist, without me remotely saying anything white supremacist? Are you endorsing that idea? Because therefore I'm put in the same category of people that are saying that are being deemed worthy of killing.
Nobody is deeming y'all worthy of killing.
That's the danger we're playing with here.
No, nobody's doing that. We absolutely do have more of this on the right. We have 70% of the actual people carrying out violent actions based on race on the right.
And your solution to that is going white supremacy is bad. Let's mobilize and be intolerant towards people who I deem as white supremacists or Nazis. I mean, if you're sitting there parading, hey, racism is the worst thing ever, we shouldn't identify people off of race, I'm behind you 100%. But again, you write this stuff down on paper and you go, oh, I'm not wrong, I'm doing the correct thing. But this being put into practice is identifiable every single day. You know, I could be labeled a Nazi in a heartbeat, and the wrong person could encounter me and hear someone else just labeled me as a Nazi, and then I get shot in the neck. That's the danger. And you can't say there's no identifiable danger. I mean, political assassinations are becoming a norm now. And it's just a day-to-day thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't remember the last Joe Biden being shot. I don't remember a large leftist political figure being assassinated.
Because Trump's not highlighting it for you. Fox News, OAN, Newsmax, they're not highlighting them for you, but they happen. Melissa Hortman and her husband, they absolutely died the same month Charlie Kirk was shot, and Trump chose not to acknowledge it. Nobody heard about it. Your side, deaf ears.
I acknowledge it. I'm aware of that. I'm very aware of that. Is the average right-leaning person going, this group of people are equivalent to Nazis. And you can make a very easily logical trace of going, well, Nazis are like the worst thing possible. Someone should kill that guy. What's the equivalent on the right?
Nobody's proposing that we should go kill people. When Charlie Kirk was killed,
well, what do you propose to do with Nazis?
Every single person on the left came out and denounced violence, but on the
every
right,
single person,
we had every single large prominent figure on the left.
Let's pull up Twitter real quick. Let's pull up Twitter. Let's pull up there's school teachers standing out wearing bloody Charlie Kirk freedom shirts. I mean, every single person on the left denounced that murder. Is what you're saying? That is wild.
Every single prominent figure, Gavin Newsom, every single one of our political heads, every single one of them. But on the right, we had Trump making fun of Paul Pelosi after he got hit with a hammer. We have Charlie Kirk doing the same thing. We have Charlie Kirk saying that that Democrats want to make this nation less white. He was debatably a white supremacist.
Debatably. Well, again, very convenient for you to equate him to white supremacist. I believe that's exactly the reason he got shot and killed.
Well, if you don't want to be called a white supremacist, don't say white supremacist things, dude.
I mean, by all means, I do not believe that the left is trying to make America less white to be a white supremacist claim.
Yeah, well, it's literally a far right, widely debunked white supremacist movement. It's called Great Replacement Theory. He literally tweeted as well that the Great Replacement Theory is not a theory; it is in fact true.
I mean, whenever I see direct language going that like white people in power, white people did this, white people did slavery, the only reason minority groups aren't able to do X, Y, and Z is because of white people, and then see the solution to that equation becoming DEI, and DEI just ended up being literally lowering admittance rates of white people to allow for more diversification. I don't see a problem with identifying as saying, hey, their solutions is removing white people out of the equation. I don't see a problem with that even remotely.
You're talking about this thing that they threw out in the Supreme Court in 2023, and Trump started his attacks on DEI in 2024. There's been a literal zero number of MAGA who's been able to come up and tell me one key tenet of DEI that's bad, or one program of DEI that is racist or bad. When we talk about DEI, we can talk about things like blind resumes. So you're 20% less likely to get a call back on a resume if you have a black or cultural sounding name. DEI eliminates that by covering up the names on resumes. That's one instance of DEI. Can you tell me a bad instance of DEI?
Yeah, I mean, it's the direct implication of this system must be wrong if there is a racial inequality.
Okay, no, you need to tell me like a policy of DEI, not like this idea, the boogeyman that Trump's fed you.
Okay, what is the point of DEI?
DEI is to make it to where, I don't know, pilots, for instance, we have 3.9% of all pilots are black. Do you think there's something going on there? Do you think that pilots at the age of like 65 plus who were alive before the Voting Rights Act are not a little bit racist? Like if my grandpa were in charge of hiring all the pilots, they'd be all hot white women.
Okay, so are you saying that there is rampant sexism in the education system and the nursing field?
In every field, yes.
Okay, so let's open up DEI for education. Oh, well, actually, there's still not that many men going into education. Like the identification of a racial discrepancy doesn't prove racism exists, and that is a problem. And I would argue that you attempting to make that distinction makes you more racist at the base than I am, because I'm not identifying percentages of people in certain fields off of the color of their skin. I would identify maybe every single other marker. If you wanted to equate that to education and economic opportunity, sure, but
You're
that's
still
not as
talking about
convenient
affirmative
because that
action.
includes.
Affirmative action is illegal, and I can agree with you that that is not fair. But when we talk about actual DEI or DEIA, someone in comments wants me to add the A to it, but because it's accessibility
What is
as well. DEIA is something
Accessibility?
like going around and seeing that, make sure that all businesses have handicap like wheelchair accessibility, and that all businesses have branding that don't discriminate towards colorblind people, stuff like that. I think those things are just fine. And I also say that when we look around at the legal system and the way that people subconsciously administer medicine, for instance, there is absolutely evidence that people, even if they were to take a polygraph test and promise you that they're not racist, they administer pain medicines in a very racist manner. They hire people in a very racist manner. And when we take away the ability to look at people's skin color and to maximize diversity, we have seen nothing but people and corporations becoming more productive, more efficient, more profitable. Every single instance that we've seen in studies that show DEI, they're good.
Is that based off of, though, like the exact identification of this field is racist, or is that based off of just the exact identification of there's a racial discrepancy in this field?
No,
Because again, that's
saying
where
that
I
people
view,
are subconsciously
that's where
racist.
the problem exists.
People,
Yeah, and I would agree. Well, I would agree. I would say that people are more subconsciously, as you would call it, xenophobic than racist, but
I would say there's also a very racist, like if we look at people's prison sentences in regards to black people, they have a 20% higher prison sentence than those who are Hispanic, which they get like 12 or 17% higher. And then white people are the baseline. So is that just xenophobia? No, it's literal racism.
I mean, again, I think that's impossible to distinguish it between the two. There's always biases going to exist, and I don't think bias is inherently bad in itself. I mean, bias exists; it should exist, and I mean, it's a little defense mechanism that is unavoidable in our minds.
It's primal, and it's some people never grow out of it. And it's like something when you're 6, you're like, oh, this person is different from me, I should be careful. But when you press on these primal instincts,
that is removing it from certain groups and highlighting in other groups is what you're literally directly doing. So you're saying it's permissible here, it's not permissible there. My argument is that if you're saying that this is bad, then let's identify across the board that it is bad. But you're not proposing that. You're saying let's fix the discrepancies by highlighting one group and then
it's not by
shutting out
highlighting
another group.
No, that's not the function of DEI. That's not how DEI works. That's how Trump has sold it to you.
Okay.
But it's not the case.
What produced the idea to attempt to do that in the first place? It's by highlighting the discrepancy of one group.
Because do you remember when Jim Crow?
Your solution to DEI would always end up being like, oh, why do people in low income areas not become CEOs? Oh, it's because probably there's a mass amount of social issue in low income areas. Why don't we try to attempt to fix these social and economic issues here? But
that's another thing
the equation
we
goes
can make an
directly
argument for.
to racial makeup. We can, and that's where the argument should only go to. It should literally,
like, you're
should
saying
never want to be on race.
Of course not. In a perfect world, we wouldn't look at things through the lens of race, but you guys started the attacks on critical race theory, and they didn't want y'all to learn about how, like, redlining was a thing, how Jim Crow was a thing, how black people and women just very recently, who are still alive today, got their voting rights before or after they were born, who got the ability to, like, get a bank card and a bank account. This is absolutely a thing more embedded in old people's heads, and we have to do things and put mechanisms in place to undo that, and not by highlighting people who are of like people of color and black, but by removing the biases, by removing the ability to make biased decisions. That is not racist.
Okay. So if you remove the ability of bias in a certain sector, and it ends up that even more white people and even less black people go into said sector, what do you do?
We make sure that bias is not being perpetuated by distinct racism. So, like, if that's still the case, when we remove all of the obstacles for all of the different walks of life and races to have equal access to achieve becoming an accountant, then you would likely see something like 13% of the population of accountants be black or 60% be white. But when it's 99 and 1, we're saying, hey, maybe these people who are deciding who gets to become successful are gatekeeping people based on race. That doesn't take fucking rocket scientists to figure that out.
Okay. How do you prevent someone from looking at that statistic and going, oh, just like you have already established, oh, it's a 80-20, there must be something wrong. Because again, this is my entire argument. You identified this off of a racial discrepancy. If racial discrepancy still exists, why would you not re-identify that as a problem?
I think we can. I think that white people and Trump and conservatives are hyper sensitive to this type of topic, and they so badly want to feel like they're being discriminated against, so they could have like manufactured consent to fire all the black people in the military, fire all the leftists in the military. I think that's far more discriminatory than DEIA.
Well, I would say that the attempt to make equal opportunity in jobs fair completely, but if that motivation is produced from racial statistic discrepancy, I don't really trust you I don't trust you to make that decision without having a racially biased opinion on said decision. Because my attempt would be statistical and analytical. Your attempt in production of the thing in the first place is based off of legitimately just race. I can
We're not
never
saying,
trust.
hey, let's hire more black people. Nobody's
way.
trying to do that. Nobody's saying, hey, let's hire more black people. Maybe like a certain airline can independently make that decision, and I think that's totally fine, but nobody's using the law to target white people and to hire less white people. I think that is something that is totally acceptable.
I would say like diversity rating is something that would highlight that very accurately. And how would a company rapidly increase or how would a college or a company rapidly increase their diversity rating, which is something that is not governmentally produced, that is going to be something that's independent. They're playing to like cultural fads at this point, but how is that actually acted upon within individual companies? So it's not, I wouldn't argue that it's DEI per se, but the same motion that is producing DEI, the same motion that is producing affirmative action, the same motion that's producing all of this is all based off of racial discrepancy statistics. Companies are good if their arm is being twisted and they're looking worse and their arm is being bent in a certain direction, their immediate solution is, okay, then we just have to find 55 more African American candidates and have them. I mean,
I don't think
what you're doing is
nobody's doing
in place. We wouldn't write a race on applications. Like every single application, period.
It's already illegal to ask for an application for race on an application. It's entirely illegal.
I just filled out an application yesterday to ask for my race.
It's voluntary. So, and that is
Why
also.
Is it there? Why is it not illegal to even have that in the first place?
So, they can only track that information anonymously. They can't use that on a basis of hiring.
Okay, is that information not being directly used as racial hiring statistics? What information? Where would that possibly be going, and why would a company spend any extra time of adding that? And that is every single company on earth, every single thing you'll ever apply for, every single loan or grant or college grant, anything
for data collection, for the BLS,
your race, for
just
what?
Data collection
To determine what?
I mean,
is that not racist?
Yeah, so like if a company was caught trying to filter out all of the black people or all of the white people and determining who gets to come and do an interview, that is, you could get sued into the ground. They absolutely
I think
cannot
there's
do
pretty
that.
easy ways to directly do that without self-identifying that you're doing that. I think it's extremely easy. I mean, it's, in one's own mind and personal decision of saying yes or no to a candidate. And if you know that my diversity rating is about at a 1%, I'm going to argue that companies are being compelled to hire specific races. And I mean, color me wrong, but I'm going to make the assumption too that there's not any situation where the majority, you have a low diversity rating because the majority of your company is African American and not white, just based off of population. You know, it's always going to lean.
There's no enforcement mechanism that requires you to have a diversity rating, but if you're a public owned company and your company says, hey, we want to aim and strive for diversity because it's shown to make more other companies more profitable, I think it's absolutely fine.
I don't. I view that as racist. It's really racist, actually.
I don't think that there's a system in place that would make that racist.
Well, again, your argument is there has to be a system. My argument is that social change is much more effective than policy, because policy is easily identifiable as this is bad and that is bad. But you're saying because there's not an actual system in government enforcing this, then this is not a thing that exists, nor is it bad. I'm saying that the social pressure and cohesion for diversity is racist, and it's purely based off of overrepresentation of white people and underrepresentation of minorities. And, I mean, like you said, if it was pure exact to the T, it would be 13% representation of African Americans, which would still cause you to look at that system and go, it's bad and racist.
So, like, listen to this. Before the Voting Rights Act of 1965, there were 72 officials across the United States who were black, who were voted in. All right, these again, this is 60 years ago. Like, there's a lot of people still alive. Most of those people are in positions of power. They're engineers, they're doctors, they're CEOs, they're in the C-suite. After the Voting Rights Act of 1965 was passed, and we go to 1970, how many black people do you think were hired into the federal government? Or just into the government, local, state, whatever?
If you're asking me to not to argue against that, there was a explicit racist system that existed, even if it wasn't in law. There's explicit racism, and the rebounding effect of slavery and Jim Crow existed for a long time. I mean,
these people are still alive. These people are mostly in power, still alive. It's 1,500. So in 5 years, it went from 72 people to 1,500. Y'all just undid that. That is racist.
Well, I mean, racist. Sure. I don't get how you can not equate what the average liberal push is equally as racist, but it's just justified because of a historical discrepancy. I mean, the true solution is eliminating race out of the entire equation across the board. That's the only way forward. And it might not be the most immediate. It might not fix everything on the spot, but the only way to guarantee that racism and racist bias at a government level and at a hiring level can never exist is
I
think
it just goes to
direct
show
effort to eliminate race out of the equation.
If left unchecked, America's very racist. Black people will still be suffering in poverty at higher rates than other people. we will still see that, and we absolutely have to take extra steps to make sure this doesn't happen, because the people who are very alive and well and cheered for Jim Crow and were scared at the fact of sharing a bathroom with a black woman are the same people who are scared to share a bathroom with trans people, or the same people who are scared to remove their whiteness from their application and when applying for a job. That is what's happening. You're carrying water for them.
You're carrying water for the next form of racist policy, brother. I don't understand at all. You can't sit here and justify, oh, these bad things happen, therefore we're allowed to do a portion of what y'all did to correct bad things. Like, you're still, the bad still exists. You'll never get me on your side with that. I am a proponent of eliminating race from everything. You can't look at, oh, this group of black people are poor, they're going to stay poor. We have to make racial policy. You have to go, we need economic policy, because
yes, we need somebody to hold my grandfather's hand.
More amount of white people
like my grandfather, who still say the N-word, who still think that his town was invaded by Venezuelans. Like, he absolutely needs somebody to come check his ass and say, hey, motherfucker, you can't just go hire all white people because you're racist, my friend. You need help.
So, I mean, you are going to naturally hire people that are like you, no matter what it is. So if we eliminate race from the entire thing, what are we going to move on to? This guy speaks a certain way, which is the way that I speak. I'm naturally going to lean towards that person. You're going to hire people that you're going to want to be around. And I'm sorry to break it to you, man, but every single person just wants to be around people who are like them, because you understand them. You can predict possible motives.
That's
like,
not merit-based,
bias is something that will always exist.
That's not merit-based. So we need more merit-based accountability. If you want to make sure that people are getting hired based on their merit, we have to remove the racist tunnel vision that they have.
I agree. And you're not pushing for merit-based policy. You're pushing for racial equality policy. Again, all of this is produced not off of, oh, I've identified, and equity is the biggest BS on planet Earth. I've identified that this person is actually underqualified and is in this position. Is not your motive behind this. You're saying this person's white, and actually 80% of everyone else around them is white in this company. They're racist, therefore we need to change it. You're not pushing for merit, because if it was for merit, you would probably see the same amount of racial discrepancy, because most of this is economically based.
No, it's not.
I would extremely argue that there's less black CEOs because of economics.
I think that's a horrible take. We have a very high rate of like black women being educated in this country, and they're definitely not reflected in the workforce.
So you think in what time frame is that high rate existed?
It's pretty recent. It's pretty recent, but you would see that reflected
so you're
pretty
those people
pretty
right out
recently
of college
too, right?
CEOs?
No, I'm talking about people being hired
CEOs.
as nurses, people being hired as pilots, people being hired for all these different things. And DEIA was something to work against the racial profiling of people at the hiring process.
I don't know how to.
There's somebody in my comments right now saying black women are educated. Like, you guys are invariably you're harboring racists, and you don't know that you're doing it, but you're carrying water for the people who are very deeply racist, who find a lot of joy of the very racist things Trump does every day. They feel very empowered. They enact very violent fantasies.
Name the shadowy cabal of people who are directly against a skin color that exists, man. Who?
Well, I've had you up for 2 hours, so I feel like I'm going to get to the next guest. All right, man?
For sure. I appreciate it, buddy.
All right, you take it easy.
See ya.
Chat, follow the stream if you enjoy these debates. I hope everybody's having an awesome Wednesday. Chat, it is $40 to kick somebody. If you're trying to kick somebody, you can Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, or if you just want to buy me or my dog some treats. Pickles loves her duck treats. And she's right there. Watching you guys. I did get enough for the scooter. Thank you guys so much, guys. We raised $500 for a scooter yesterday. It's on its way. It's coming on the 22nd. I will be making a highlight video. A penny dropper highlight video. Don't worry. Don't worry, chat. It's coming. Want to continue checking the tube thing. Yeah. We also have 100 people on YouTube. Thank you guys so much. Make sure you hit the thumbs up if you enjoy my content and give me a follow. My phone line is being turned right back on. If you guys want to call in, it is open. When you drive by footage, it's coming. The leopard dice, we didn't get that yet. We're also saving. I have like a trip coming the end of the month, so I'm trying to save up for that. We got to pay rent. We got to pay for our trip. We got to do all those things. So any support's very much appreciated, y'all. Put them on my Amazon list and I'll get them done. Done. Done and done. Also, guys, I'm running low on energy drinks. If you're trying to spoil me, I do have an Amazon wish list, and I'll do a little bit of capitalism real quick. If you guys want to buy something for me on my Amazon wish list, my link tree is right here. And if you're trying to send me an awesome gift, you can just click on my wish list. And I don't know if I want these aviators or the hat so much anymore. But there's like crazy things on there. If George Soros were scrolling through and he wanted to buy me something crazy like a projector, I'd love you forever. But there's just simple stuff on here. Stuff like pickle treats. Just BS. Only if we get the video proof. Absolutely. 6'4" is going to look funny on a scooter. It looks amazing. Blackbird Farms has great dog treats. Look them up. Thank you, Jocular. Kara with $20. Get you a little treat. Kara, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Diaper furry pics. You wish, dude. You wish. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter, you want to debate, hop into the box. Guys, if I were a furry, I'd be a fucking awesome furry. Read it and weep. I'd probably be a fox. Why do I see so many people giving the money away from TikTok since we're all broke from Trump? For the same reason you guys cried about the bad economy during Biden and donated hundreds of millions of dollars to Trump. Same reason. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
No, nothing like that, man. I was watching your video, scrolling through, doom scrolling, and I paid attention for a little bit, saw your thing about fascism.
Uh-huh.
And you're comparing Hitler's fascism. Well, Hitler is not a fascist. Let's just be clear about that.
Yeah, where did you read that?
Oh, the whole doctrine of National Socialism is not comparable to Mussolini's fascism. Let's use historical basis for this one. The Anschluss of Austria Mussolini opposed Hitler gaining the territory of Austria, because prior to 1938, when Hitler did conquer Austria, there is a coup d'état by Austrian Nazis who killed the fascist leader of Austria, Engelbert Dollfuss.
And
Oh, I thought you were okay. And Mussolini signed multiple pacts with, especially with the Soviet Union. He signed a non-aggression pact with the Soviet Union in 1933 to oppose Hitler. He had the whole Strasse front with the French and British in 1936.
mm-hmm. And then they met and they were friends and they fought with each other, right? Alongside each other?
No, they still opposed to each other. Mussolini joined the war in late June of 1940, as soon as France was about to collapse, because he assumed that the war was going to be finished there. You know, they're still
and then Hitler backstabbed him, right?
Mindset of not.
They were absolutely friends for a minute. There was a very famous meeting of Mussolini coming to Hitler's Germany, and there were TV cameras everywhere.
Yeah,
they met.
Stalin,
they were
Hitler.
frenzies.
They had multiple meetings, Hitler and Stalin, prior to the invasion of
and
Poland.
Stalin was communist. I'll give you that. And he eventually stabbed. Whenever Hitler was done with you, he just stabbed you in the back. So, like, you can say that Hitler didn't hate gay people because the leader of the SS was gay, but he absolutely did as soon as he was done with them.
The storm at Teilung was eventually backstabbed in favor of the SS with Heinrich Himmler.
What about it?
Oh, just letting you know that the leader of the SA, Ernst Röhm, was a homosexual that was later betrayed.
Yeah.
Hitler had no close allies. He betrayed Mussolini.
Yeah.
He betrayed
inner
circle.
How does that make him not fascist?
He's not a fascist. The German economy was super centralized compared to Mussolini, which was organized by unions. That's the whole national syndicalism thing came from into Italy.
Are you saying that because the way that Germany's economy was, it wasn't a fascist political figure?
You know, everything was privatized. Water, the roads.
How does that make it not fascist? That's not a tenet of fascism.
Fascism is collectivist, not privatizing the economy.
That's not true.
It is true. Have you not read the Doctrine of Fascism?
I've read Umberto Eco's tenets of fascism.
Eco doesn't have a defined. His definition of fascism is very loose, and there's multiple interpretations of it. If I were you, I would go straight to the source. I would read Gentile. I would read Marinetti's work on fascism.
So, I'm just Googling this real quick. Germany embraced fascism from the Holocaust Encyclopedia, the World War II Museum. Hitler, a fascist leader. Is there anything I could read that just says that Hitler wasn't fascist that explains all that for me?
Oh yeah, there's multiple writings. Actually, one of my good friends actually has a whole archive of writings. Look up V.J. Leno on YouTube. He made multiple videos describing the differences between Nazism and Italian fascism.
Okay. And the delineation from fascism is just when you do collectivism?
Not just that, but also there's no racial component to fascism.
No, it's palingenetic, so it could just be...
There's no genetics to it. Mussolini, he was interviewed by Emil Ludwig back in the early 30s, whenever Hitler was raising power. He's like, oh, Mussolini, what's your thoughts on race? And race is like, oh, that's the thing for the blondes to worry about. Race is more of a feeling, 95%. There is distinct differences between people, but he noticed that race was not real. Let's just put it that way.
Okay, so would you just accept the fact that Trump has a lot of parallels with Hitler, but you just don't like the word fascist?
A little bit. He's more of he is a privatizing figure. Let's just put it that way. He privatizes the economy. But comparing him to Mussolini is ideologically dishonest.
I don't think so. According to like literally every other historian that's not like got 100 followers on YouTube, they all say this. Same thing with the museums. Same thing with the historical, like the the scholars that teach about fascism, they all believe that Trump and Hitler are fascists.
I mean, Hitler was not fascist. You're clearly lying to your audience.
Okay, I don't think that anybody's going to side with you besides you. I think that everyone in...
Doesn't matter. It does not matter if, as long as I'm correct and I'm in the minority.
Cool, man.
I don't care.
Okay. I guess if
No,
you just really hate the word fascism being attached to Hitler, I feel sorry for you.
Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Like, come on, tell me something that Hitler and Mussolini had in common. If you're going to say the anti-Semitism, that's also wrong. Mussolini was a Zionist. He himself proclaimed himself as a Zionist back in 1930, right before 1938.
So I would just say
fund-
that there's an extreme nativism. It's not about just like the type of person that they selected to be superior. I'm talking about Trump making a common enemy out of people and scapegoating figures or minority groups, i.e. socialism, communism, gay people, trans people.
That's what a lot of people have done, but you could contribute to that to any other
So it's
controversial
just,
figure.
you
in
don't like
history.
that being associated with fascism, you like that separate?
Yeah,
Okay.
because under Mussolini there was no persecutions of any outgroup. Only 30 people were only executed in the fascist state between 1922 and 1943.
So what Mussolini did was not as bad as Hitler, but it's more fascist than Hitler?
Hitler and Mussolini are two different categories. Hitler was the culmination of Germanic barbarism.
I don't think it's just Germanic barbarism. It was just like him doing conspiracies against Jewish people.
Which led to the systematic killing of them in the most barbaric ways.
Mm-hmm. So is it better or worse than Mussolini? Like, so Trump is more like Hitler, but he's not fascist.
Hitler's a very evil figure.
So and that's more evil than Mussolini, and Trump is more like Hitler?
Trump is in the middle way. Let's just put it that way. Let's compromise on that point.
All right.
I don't like Trump. I don't like Hitler.
All right. I don't think we're gonna split hairs on this. I don't think that's very useful. I think that like the entire body of like history and scholars that all agree that Trump was fascist and that Hitler's fascist and Mussolini are fascist, and the common traits they have that they all share can be broken down to 14 tenets, and Trump marks every one of those tenets 10 out of 10.
The 14 tenets are completely, it's a little too loose, nothing rigid. Like, you could apply the 14 points of fascism to, like, Stalinism.
Not really. Like Stalin didn't empower corporatism, did he?
He did, especially he favored other companies and that were more aligned with the Politburo.
And he starved his own people. He like you could say like he was like a hardliner or whatever, Marxist,
he
like hardliner communist.
Starved out the Ukrainians. He specifically starved out the Ukrainians. He put them as an outgroup because the Ukrainians was a den of counter-revolutionaries. You had figures like Stepan Bandera, who else I could think of, but there was a lot of Ukrainian, anti-communists, also like anti-communist socialists were Ukrainians. You had the FRs.
Okay, I don't feel like it's very useful for me to sit here and split hairs and say that Trump is more like Hitler, not so much like Mussolini, and that fascist is not the exact right word for it.
No,
I think that scholars today, even some of the biggest scholars, like prominent scholars in America, all agree that Trump is in fact fascist and that he is having his way with the populace, doing this like ultra-masculine, ultra-nationalist movement.
That's going to be American scholars saying that, but I could bet you the international world will say otherwise. He might be seen as an autocrat, but not fascist.
Yeah, I feel like he's following like Viktor Orban's like playbook.
Orban
who was an autocrat.
Authoritarian.
He's an autocrat.
he's a what's the word? Plutocratic autocrat, only in service of the corporations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't feel like we're getting anywhere here, man. I like if you're against Trump, I don't feel like this is the platform to start espousing these ideas.
I just had a I just wanted to talk to you, man. We don't have many things we argue against. I just like, hey, if you're gonna call him a fascist, you got to use the actual sources, like the Doctrine of Fascism by Gentile and Mussolini.
Okay. All right, man. Well, thanks for calling. I'm gonna get on to like a more hardliner debate. All right.
All right. You have a good one, man.
You too. What's up, Corey? Autocracy is a hallmark of fascism. Yeah, that checks out. Trump is a fascist, for sure. Got to stay scarce. Thank you, Cecil. Thank you for doing that. What happened to Felice? I think she's having some medical issues. I'm not sure. YouTube thing. Oh man. Community. Oh man. I'm almost willing to like make somebody like give them manager permissions on my YouTube to troubleshoot this. What about Oslo? Gentile and Benito wrote on theory and didn't even stand by it. How we doing, Oslo? Oh my god, my cheese bites just went from $6.99 to $7.49, dude. What the fuck? About to hit another needed vacation? Damn, Oslo, nice. Chat. God damn it. Millennials built the social media site you all play on like noobs. Crusade, how old do you think I am? I appreciate that. I'm 37. Fuck. I'm halfway done with my life. 37. Crusades is a baron participant. Only World of Warcraft players know that. Don't worry, chat. We reordered Brazzy Bites. If you guys haven't had these before, these right here. Get it. You just get one bag. They're $5.78. Just do it. And if you have an air fryer, cook them in the air fryer. 9 minutes, 10 minutes, 3:45. It's just cheese and tapioca. It's so good. Ingredients list. Tapioca flour, eggs, milk, Parmesan cheese, salt, enzymes, safflower oil, cheddar cheese, milk, salt, cheese cultures, filtered water, and salt. I'm out of tapioca. Don't do that, dude. Don't do that. Get in there, dude. Gas has been over $4 for about 2 months. It was 6 months. So it was high. The gas prices were high under Biden because of Trump. And if you want to argue that, you're welcome to hop in the box. Check engine light comes on after 55. Guys, I want to take today to play Crimson Desert. Would you guys let me do that? These all the time at Sisters. My niece loves them. You need to stock up. I do order most of my food from Amazon because I don't drive. So that higher gas is going to be upset when Dems increase tax to pay for social programs. So social programs save us money most of the time. And when we raise taxes, it's usually progressive tax increases. So Trump has raised taxes on 95% of Americans because y'all don't know how to do math. You don't know how to read. You just listen to Trump. You trust the orange man. 95% of people in the United States saw tax increases because of Trump this last year. Because your brains aren't good. Can't read. Stop ordering from Amazon. They support Trump. I mean, there's no right way to do capitalism right now, guys. If I could get locally sourced Brazilian cheese bites, I would fucking instantly, dude. Democrats literally let Eileen Wing, California mayor, spy. China, what's that tell you? I don't know. What about Trump making a board of peace out of only dictators? What does that tell you? What is Trump trying to get the Hungarian leader, Viktor Orban, reelected, who's a literal autocrat, literal fascist? Same thing with the Honduran president. Same thing. Can I not order from grocery store for deliveries? Like Walmart, they support Trump too. They favor Republican candidates in 24 recycle. They favored him 5-1. Kroger, same thing. HEB. Oh, they don't support Trump. HEB groceries delivered. Oh, they make me use favor. Fuck that. Oh no, wait, hold on. I'm gonna give HEB a look-see. They use favor though. Fuck my life. Oh my god. FOP. The results focus on political endorsements from individual unions, such as the FOP, who supports Trump, the Fraternal Order of Police, and favor. Do they endorse FOP? Wow. Major donations are from crypto.com and Energy Transfer and others. There's just no good way to do capitalism right now. If it's individual items, I will do my best. But yeah, this is hard. Buy local. I'm in Texas. That's really hard. HEB owns favor. I might check it out. Jump bodegas. Once I get my new scooter, chat, you bet your fucking ass I'm gonna go to the farmer's market and pick out locally sourced groceries from farmers who've voted for Trump to fuck up their farming industry. Bodega's a corner store. Mexican mini marts. They have started gouging like a mother lover. Like Michoacana, their prices are insane now. That used to be so easy to go to to Michoacana or whatever and get like a huge sack of groceries for like nothing. Now it's like primo. Like they know. They know, especially here in Texas, they're like, fuck you, we're double charging. They raise prices and blame it on tariffs. Because tariffs raise prices, dude. If only there was a president we could have voted for that was going to stop price gouging. They were going to make it illegal. If only we had somebody like that. Cough. Kamala. Someone unironically told me that she had a funny laugh today, and that was the big decide. Like, how is it not sexist and racist already? Like, if that was the thing, Trump grabs women by the pussy, paints his face orange, tried to steal our election, failed businesses, can't get along with anybody. But Kamala had like a laugh. I thought her laugh was endearing. I love Kamala's laugh. Her laugh was awesome. I think she's great. I would hang out with Kamala Harris. Yeah, and then you guys saw her with like one glass of wine. You're like, she's drunk all the time. Dude, Kash Patel, Pete Hegseth have literal criminal records of being fucking lush drunk idiots. Give me a break, dude. Everybody in Louisiana needs to get out and vote on May 16th. Guys, I want to switch over to my other account, and I want to follow this account, chat. Follow my new account. Please, 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 please. Come to my new account. Watch this, dude. Pickles Inception. Follow me. Follow this new account, chat. I think I'm gonna go live on. You guys are gifting my alt account. Thank you so much. I need just a few thousand more follows on this account so I can game on it. Until then, no gaming. Those are follows. You guys are fucking awesome. Thank you for all the gifts. Damn. Thank you, MGA's Berry. Thank you, Cat minus B, A minus B, Emerald Dark. Thank y'all. Guys, for the first time in like since my big account got banned, I had a deposit from TikTok that actually looked like back in the day from like gifts and stuff. So thank you guys so much. Thank you guys for helping lift this account back to where we were. I appreciate you. What games do I play? What's up, Maddie? I want to play Crimson Desert. All right, I'm going to jump off of that account. And this is the account I'm going to be on until that account gets access. This is the actual account I'm going to be on live gaming. I'm going to play some games. I'm going to play Crimson Desert on this account probably for a few hours. Just hang out, chill. We did cook here today, chat. We did cook here. Sun's out, buns out. I do need to get a tan this summer. If I don't get a tan this summer, chat, I need you guys to block me. And I have a new scooter. Sunblock me. Arc Raiders. Mm, I'm not naturally pasty, guys. I tan well. I look almost not white when I get tanned. I tan very well. What kind of scooter I have? Wouldn't you like to know? I'm just kidding. I'll show you. See that? Look at that Harris sticker. Oh, yeah. People fucking know when I drive by that I'm a fucking badass. Hold on, I'm going to show you guys the blinkers. That's my left turn signal. My right turn signal. The light. That's right, MAGA. My other right is your sister. It doesn't have a horn. It's got like a ring ring. the little bell. Max speed, 19 miles an hour. That's the old scooter. We get a new scooter. We get a new scooter coming in. Yeah, it's coming. The 22nd. Yeah, it's electric. Why am I getting a new one? It goes faster, and it can go uphill. So when I have pickles in my backpack. Hold on. Pickles' helmet just came in. Oh my god. No. Sound good? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Hmm. I'm gonna add one more. It's kind of too small for her. What do we think about this one? I don't think we need the visor. uh Oh my god. They have spikes. Okay. All right, chat. I'm gonna hop off of stream and sorry RC, you're always late to the party. You gotta come before church, dude. You gotta skip church one day. Gotta skip your KKK meeting. I don't know. You want to debate BMI? All right, chat. I love you. I'm gonna see you on my other account. I'll see you guys there. Smoochies, chat.